All right, good morning, everybody. We'll call this meeting to order. Welcome to the June 24th, 2025 Board of County Commissioners meeting. Would you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, first thing on our agenda are minutes from our last meeting. Gentlemen, do we have any additions or corrections?
No.
Okay.
I move to approve the proceedings of Board of County Commissioners for Montezuma County held on Tuesday, June 17th, 2025, as presented.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to accept the proceedings of the Board of Commissioners, Montezuma County, June 17th, 2025. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Sherry Jane, I guess, Don, we have up here on the table with us. Do we have the applicants? Okay. Well, this being time set aside for a public hearing for Leaf Properties Incorporated, would you call the roll, please, Danielle?
Commissioner Candelaria,
Here.
Commissioner Lindsay,
Here.
Commissioner Copenhaver,
Here.
Administrator Anderson,
Microphone.
Don
Here.
Haley, Don Haley,
Here.
Attorney Tarnowski,
Here.
Danielle Wells, Deputy Clerk. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for new evidence on remand.
Is your microphone on, Daniel?
It is,
Okay.
can you guys hear me now?
You got to get it like
Really close?
real
Okay,
close.
I'll start over. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for new evidence on remand for review and determination regarding a proposed high-impact permit application to approve a retail sales use submitted by Leaf Properties Incorporated on property located at 27078 Road N, Dolores, Colorado, consisting of 3.78 acres, more or less, located south of Road N, east of Highway 145, situated in Section 7, Township 36N, Range 15W, N.M.P.M. Such hearing shall be in addition to the public hearings held on April 23rd, 2024, and April 30th, 2024, on this application to allow the applicant to respond to the written and electronic submittals from the public, and for such new information as is relevant to the rehearing, and for the Board of County Commissioners to issue a written decision. The hearing will be held June 24th, 2025 at 9 a.m. in the Commissioners' Hearing Room, Montezuma County Administrative Offices, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online service at co-montezuma-co.smartgovcommunity.com/public/home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. Dated the 4th day of June, 2025. Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado. First published in the Journal on Wednesday, June 11th, 2025.
All right, thank you, Danielle. And instead of an overview from the planning, I'm going to give it to Attorney Tarnowski because this is a remand from the court.
Good morning. Yeah, I'd just like to take a minute, Commissioners, and talk about our posture today, how we're set up here.
Excuse me. I'm
Sure.
sorry to interrupt. Is Andy on the line already?
I think I saw him on there. Yeah,
Okay.
can you just confirm that?
And Mary?
I am, yeah.
Yeah, if they're not on the line, we'll let them in whenever they pop in, but it's 9 o'clock and we're going to continue with the hearing.
Yeah. Do you see him on there? I think they're here.
I don't see anybody.
Proceed, Stephen.
Let's
Let's go.
They're late.
You want to start over?
Yeah, I was just saying that I did want to give a little bit of a procedural overview and talk about our posture here today. This application that's before the board is the same application for a commercial retail store at this location, 27078 Road N, that was before the board for public hearings on April 23rd and April 30th, 2024. This application is for a retail sales use on a commercially zoned property in a commercial overlay zone. The proposed use exceeds the threshold standard for vehicle trips of 15 round trips a day, and therefore is required to go through the high impact permit review process in Montezuma County's land use code. So in those prior hearings, Mr. Haley gave a summary of the project, the applicant gave an overview of their proposed use, and the public also provided public comment. The public also provided the BOCC written submittals on April 23rd, and the BOCC continued that April 23rd public hearing to review those materials. On April 30th, the BOCC, having reviewed the written materials from the public, denied the application. The applicant appealed, and on April 11th, 2025, the Montezuma District Court issued an order for remand, which means they sent it back to the board on two procedural issues that need to be addressed. The first is a due process issue relating to the sharing of that information that was submitted during the hearing by the public, but was not submitted to the applicant, and the applicant was not afforded an opportunity to respond to those written comments. And the second issue is that the BOCC needs to issue a written decision as required by Montezuma County's land use code. So those are the two primary focuses of the hearing today. I would characterize it as a limited public hearing on remand. And I want to emphasize that this hearing today is really in addition to those prior hearings. And so that all that information and the evidence, and also including the public comment that was presented on April 23rd and April 30th, 2024, all that information is in the record for the board to consider. And today is really an opportunity for new evidence from the applicant that is in response to the written comments and the documents that were submitted by the public. And to afford the public due process, there will also be an opportunity for public comment on that new evidence, and then another opportunity for the applicant to respond to anything that's raised in the public comment. And ultimately, the BOCC will need to issue a written decision about this application. And I did just want to check with Mr. Peters if there's anything he wanted to add as far as kind of the posture that I laid out here.
Just one thing, I think that's a good overview on this, and we appreciate the summary. There was one other issue that was presented in the Montezuma County District Court case about the applicability of the high impact permitting process at all. But the court, just so the board is aware, the court decided not to address that issue and said that it was sending this back just for the purpose of addressing the two procedural issues. But the court recognized that the other issue is out there, and we're just pleased to have the opportunity to come back here and address the board again in light of that remand. So that other issue is potentially out there because the court didn't decide it, but the hearing today is just on the application itself.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, then we are going to give the applicant the opportunity to present their case on the items that were presented that you were not given the opportunity to discuss after that last hearing.
We need to, turn this on. We need to go ahead and get our slide presentation set up here. This is Christina Pitts. She works in my office. She's going to be handling the heavy equipment today. And while she's trying to do that, you've already introduced Andy, but there should be on the line an appraiser, Vic Romano, and I think Mary Gormley's going to sit in for Jeff Plank with the traffic consulting firm that did the traffic study for this project.
Okay. You got a cord over there, Don, or do you need one? Cord
Yeah,
over
there.
there.
Should we get the IT department?
We'll get it. There's just-
Here, I'll call him. Hold
That's
on.
about right.
I'll get it set up for you.
I didn't touch it.
So much for backup plan.
Yep.
Hey, Vic and Mary, are you guys on the line and can you hear me?
Can you pull up the regular screen, Don, so we can see them?
If I can get back to our sources.
Okay.
Great.
I think I see them all on there. Vic, Mary, and Andy.
Is Mary actually there? Mary, are you there?
Hey, I am, Doug.
Okay, great. So I said Mary's with Kimley Horn, the traffic engineering company that we had do the traffic study on this intersection that's affected by this project. And Vic Romano is an appraiser in Durango. He'll tell you who he is, and I think he sits on a couple of boards maybe in this county. He's going to comment on the property values issue when the time comes. I apologize for my voice. We may lose it before we're done. Yeah, but it was online, yeah. I did bring it. Well, I should connect to the television if I got set up to get the IT guy. Hi.
Can,
Can we make it work, make this one work?
can she go wireless, Isaac?
Oh, great, and I can't get my email.
Let's see if this one will connect. And then you can just use it.
Wireless display or HDMI.
So where's my
I'm gonna let you
email?
have this computer. Yeah, send me the revised one. You know, while we're waiting on this to happen, would it be appropriate to go ahead and let Vic and Mary weigh in so they can get on with their day and not be sitting on the call the whole time?
Think we should wait.
Yeah, I think we should wait for Commissioner Candelaria to get back here.
Okay.
But I think, I was gonna recommend we either, fill out a different way to, figure out a different way to use this time, or maybe even go into recess till we've got this figured out. Just give me
Okay.
1 minute.
Did you send it? Let me get the most current version here, and we can use this one. Which one is guest? Montezuma guest?
We could do a liquor license. Okay. Get ready.
Can we
Are we recording?
put this on standby and then jump into something else, or?
Yeah, Commissioners, given the technical difficulties, I think we might be best served by taking a recess on this issue, giving the applicant some time to get their technology connected to the program. So if the board would like to, might be a good idea to motion to go into recess on this hearing and entertain some different matters, and then come back on this.
That's fine.
Yeah. I would so move we go into recess and from this public hearing, and then we continue on with some of our unfinished business and a little bit of new business.
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to pause or recess this public hearing and continue on with our regular board meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Excuse me, could you speak up a bit, please? You're going to recess the public hearing?
We're going to recess the public
Yeah.
hearing. so
We are
can-
going to recess until they get their technical issues figured out. So,
Okay,
undetermined. Just stand by.
we're plugged in here. How do we?
So with that, we're going to jump into new business. I see Jerry Frizzell in here. Come on down, Jerry, and we'll go through a liquor license renewal application.
My name is Jerry Frizzell. I work for Montezuma County Clerk and Recorders. I do the liquor license renewal and new applications. Today I have one for G. Willikers BB LLC, which is located at 24001 Road G.2 in Cortez. I have the letter from the Sheriff's Office. They have had no violations, and all the other paperwork is in order.
Okay.
I move to approve this retail liquor license renewal application for G. Will Liquors BB LLC, located at 24001 Road G2, Cortez, Colorado.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to accept the retail liquor license renewal application by G. Will Liquors LLC, located at 24001 Road G.2, Cortez, Colorado. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Very
Did
good.
we get the technology figured out?
Maybe not. Okay.
Are you good, Christina? Yep. Okay. All right. Well, we will now continue back to the public hearing for Leaf Properties. Christina, you have the floor.
Okay, I'll do it. Christina's going to try to work the slide presentation while I focus on what I'm trying to say. The property, as we've already talked about, is 27078 Road N at the intersection of Highway 145 and
Mr.
County-
Kinsey,
County
can I
Road
get
N.
you to talk into the mic? 'Cause it sounds like they're having a problem hearing out there.
Can everybody hear me now? Yes. Okay. So in any event, the property, like I said, is 27078 Road N. It's the intersection of County Road N and Highway 145. If you could move that down, we need to get our signals. Subject property, I'm going to have to, I can't see up there either, so I'm going to have to do this, if that's okay. So in any event, the property is included in the Montezuma County Commercial and Industrial Overlay Area. I'm going to get into that a little bit more later on, but it is also already zoned commercial. It has access to the Highway 145 via CDOT turn lanes. I think there are 5 of them, and they're over 500 feet in length. And we've discussed this property with the planning director before we bought it. I think her name was Leanne Milligan, and we discussed this use at the time. We discussed the zoning, and we were led to believe that our use would be allowed within this current zone, that we'd have to go through a high impact permit process, but that the zoning was correct. Then on April 30th, the BOCC denied our application for high impact permit, and the vote was 2-1. Excuse me. Chrissy, do you want to hand those out? This is something we didn't have in the last presentation. It actually is just a matrix that my son, who's a young guy in the marketing department, put together for us, and just shows who came to the podium in both meetings. We've got a matrix put together for the Planning Commission, which outlines the comments, people who came, comments. And then there's another one, you should go ahead and give them the BOCC. You can go through those comments individually if you like, but we've tried to summarize it here. When we went to the Planning Commission, the reason we were denied, several reasons, but if you look at Commissioner Armstrong, he said the property fell within the code, but he couldn't make a decision due to subjective factors. He had some concerns with rural character of the property and property values. Commissioner Lynch. One other thing I could say on Commissioner Armstrong is he did make a comment. He said he came in planning to vote for the project because he thought we had the right to develop the property as a matter of right. But then after hearing the public uproar, he decided he was going to vote against us. Commissioner Lynch was very astute in trying to direct the public comment to issues that involved the land use code, but it didn't work very well. In any event, he decided to vote against it because he had some issues with the fact that there was already a structure being used as residential and that we're proposing a commercial use on the property. Commissioner Hernandez said it fell within the land use code, but he was voting against it because of unpopular opinion. And Commissioner Sanders was concerned with traffic, property values, crime, and the rural character of the neighborhood. Commissioner Doyle also had issues with the rural character and property values, and same thing with Commissioner Neergaard. So in any event, those are the reasons the Planning Commission turned it down. And this is a comment made by Mr. Armstrong. I believe he was about 45 minutes into the presentation. He tried to get everyone to focus on the planning and zoning, that the Planning and Zoning Commission bases their recommendation on what the land use code said. And when they come forward to talk about the business that was being proposed, it didn't have anything really to do with the code, so it didn't apply. But anyway, as I said, most of the comments had to do with the use and the tenant. So we're on down. And this is what we just handed you, the matrix for who came up and what their issues, concerns were. And then the Board of County Commissioners voted, and I'm just going to hit the highlights here. Traffic, decreased property values, rural character was comments made by Mr. Lindsay. I'll get into these in more detail in just a minute. Mr. Koppenhofer said traffic and the rural character was his problem, and he said the building did not fit. And Commissioner Candelaria approved the project. He said it met the code and that our right to develop it for this use was a matter of right. So he voted yes, the others who voted no. Before we go any further, I just went through this just to show that, you know, there's a sort of a theme here, and one of the themes has to do with property values. Excuse me. So that's why we have Vic Romano on the line to speak to that. And Vic, there were people that came to the podium and people that on the commission that said building a commercial property on this particular parcel would harm neighboring and nearby property values. So what would your comment or response to that comment be? Vic, are
Mr.
you there?
Romano, I think you have a question asked of you by Mr. Kinsey.
Vic, are you there? How about you, Mary?
You may have to go to that screen.
Andy, are you there?
Guys hear me?
There.
I don't know if I can. Andy, I can hear you really well.
Yeah, Vic, I can hear you too.
We can hear you now, Vic.
Okay.
Okay. I was going to ask if you could rephrase that question for me again.
Well, one of the reasons that the Board of County Commissioners turned this project down, and one of the concerns that many of the neighboring property owners had, is if something like this were built on this property, it would have a detrimental or negative effect on property values in the area. And let me just first of all say Vic is an appraiser for Colorado Bank in Durango, and they're the ones that are going to be financing this project. So he's already provided an appraisal on this property with this use. So he knows what the, I'm not suggesting there's not a conflict, but I think he has his professional integrity and his credentials on the line to speak to this matter. So in your opinion, Vic, what would the effect or impact of a commercial building with this use built on this property do to the property values in the area?
I think in what I did as a third-party appraiser for the Bank of Colorado on the appraisal that I did on this was analyze the effect of, and it was more catered, what I did was more catered towards the traffic counts on the highway in front, which are likely not going to be heavily impacted by the use, being that it's a support service, retail support service for the surrounding community there. And there are other commercial uses along US 145 or State Highway 145. I looked at other similar type uses in other similar type locations, Dove Creek, La Plata, New Mexico, along similar state highway structures that were in place or recently constructed. Doug asked me to take a look at this, and I analyzed those areas which were similar, and I did not see an impact on residential or agricultural property values in those areas. And I assumed that this location wouldn't be impacted negatively by a single tenant retail dollar store. That's a stretch to assume that it would negatively impact property values from my standpoint. It doesn't have any external obsolescence factors, factory smoke, water contaminants, anything that would harm the surrounding properties to bring down their property values. So I'm assuming that any opposition to this use would be from the neighbors just not wanting a commercial use in that area. I could not find any reasonable impacts that would be of detriment to the surrounding community. I would actually think it would be the other way around, where people would be appreciative of a support service for retail uses like that.
So
they won't have
I'm
to
gonna ask
drive
you all
into
to
it.
hold your comments, please. We need to give this gentleman the opportunity to bring forth his evidence. So please, no heckling, no laughing. Please hold your comments. Continue, Vic.
As I was saying, the surrounding property owners would be able, it would be, in my opinion, it would be advantageous for them to have that type of supporting retail infrastructure. And that's what these type of facilities are designed for. They're not grocery store sized facilities. They provide general services for the surrounding rural communities like this. They're catered for this type of a location and use. And they're designed specifically not to impact property values, from all my research on this property type. And if this use was not going to fit into this demographic and location, I would have analyzed that within my appraisal report and told the bank. Obviously, they want to know when they're investing in a development like this, what the external and locational factors are surrounding a property like this. So I also heard you guys mention that this was attached to a residential property, and that's another impact that I analyzed because it was adjoining another property. From my understanding, that's being replatted into a separate commercial lot. It's not going to be a mixed use, attached mixed use property. It's going to be separated into a separate parcel. That was an assumption that I also made. The impacts on that, I think, kind of take another question on over what you had just asked me. So if there's anything else on that question that I can help with, let me know.
Yeah, just one follow-up to clarify one thing that you said. You had mentioned looking at other jurisdictions, so Duck Creek, for instance, La Plata, in New Mexico. Could you just say a little bit more about your methodology there? I mean, what exactly were you reviewing, and what conclusions did you come to about commercial uses there?
Yeah, that's a good question. I actually researched in the process of doing the work on this location's appraisal. I looked at those locations because of their similar demographics, and mostly to use them for sale comparables to come up with the value for the bank's purposes. So I analyzed their demographics, their road counts, the surrounding land uses, and that kind of told me that, this is a similar type development versus an urban or in-town location. So I tried to find those type of locations, and they were, throughout the state, New Mexico and Colorado. I think if you look on a national basis, you'll find too that there's similar single-tenant dollar store locations. In some cases, they're paired with other uses, but in most cases, they're standalone. And looking at them in those similar type locations, I did look at the demographics in the surrounding communities to kind of confirm their existence in those locations and what impacts they might have on those rural communities. And what I found is that those locations were specifically put there to provide the retail support infrastructure for those locations so that bigger developments don't try and come in and provide alternative services or uses, which these stores do provide. So in lieu of having a gas station with a grocery store in it, which would have a higher impact than a dollar store, this type of use is more acceptable generally to these communities. So I think that's why you see them in these type locations.
Thank you, Mr. Romano.
Thank you.
Back over to you.
If I might, I'd like to clarify, the assumption was made the residence was going to be split off from the commercial operation, which this lot does not allow for that. It's barely over 3 acres and it can't be subdivided.
Right, so I think that was clear to us in the beginning that the residents would stay on the same property without I said, I think that was made clear in the beginning that the residents would stay with the property and not split away.
Yeah, let me clarify. We keep calling it a residence. The zoning is commercial, so I believe that as a matter of right, we could convert that to a flower shop or a lawyer's office or some other commercial use in the building. So it might not always remain a residence, but it would remain on the property.
So to
And
be
the only way
converted-
to, based on what Leanne told me when we first started, there's no way to subdivide this for less than 3 acres. There is a process in the code called a PUD process, and if we wanted to later go back and apply for a PUD, we'd be at the mercy of this board and everybody else as to whether or not that could or would be approved. The only reason to do that is if you wanted to sell off one use and keep the other.
And to be clear, no one is proposing that today.
Not
and
today.
That's not part of the application on this, nor is there any suggestion that that's the intent on this either. So, our review is limited to the application today.
Correct.
Okay, go on, Mr. Kinsey, please.
Well, one of the other things that kept coming up in the comments from the public and from the Board of County Commissioners had to do with traffic, and public safety was often used. I think a lot of these things were brought up, and I'll get to this in just a moment, as underlying reasons for the real objection, which has to do with the specific retail use that's going to be put on the property. But traffic and public safety was one of those issues, and we went through that with a guy named Jeff Plank with Kimley Horn. They're a nationwide traffic engineering firm. They do this all the time for departments of transportation, for private developers. And, the DOTs in the various states rely on these types of studies to make decisions on what they might require a developer to do before they give them a permit. We thought that by presenting this project as having already been approved by CDOT, it inferred or suggested that all those things had already been looked at. CDOT was comfortable, and therefore there was no public safety issue. But we had the study done anyway, just to make sure that we'd uncovered all the rocks and presented the information to the Board of County Commissioners. But we have Mary Gormley on the phone, and she works with Jeff at Kimley Horn. And I wanted to give her, or give you guys, the Board of County Commissioners, the opportunity to ask further questions if there were things that you found in that traffic study that you either take issue with, or that you have further questions on, or that you need clarification on. She's on the line to help you with that, if there's any issue with the traffic study.
Okay, Mary, go ahead.
Hey, Commissioners. I don't have too much to add besides the traffic study was completed based on existing traffic counts, and that's typically how we run our traffic studies. The intersection of County Road N and Colorado 145 operates acceptably, existing and with the project traffic. I just want to make note that during the morning and afternoon peak hours, those are the hours that we study, the ones where commuters are coming in the morning and then exiting at the afternoon. the trips generated by this project will have one additional vehicle per 2 minutes for the morning peak hour, and then two vehicles per minute in the afternoon. And that is a little bit over conservative because there's only 71 trips in the afternoon generated by the project. So that's basically one in a couple change of trips per minute for the peak hour. And then, like Doug already mentioned, there's already turn lanes on the highway coming in and out of County Road N, and those are already provided by CDOT. So the turn lane evaluation is pretty simple because those turn lanes have already been provided. If you have any other questions, we did produce a crash analysis, and there was only one crash reported in the past 5 years, and that was a property damage only at the intersection. So we did take account for the crash information that was provided by CDOT, and that's it. So let me know if you have any questions. I'd be happy to answer them for you.
Questions, gentlemen?
And Commissioners, I just want to add one piece of context on this as well to add to what Mary is saying, and that is, as a matter of sort of project analysis, there are industry standards, and I imagine Mary would agree on this, but there are industry standards as to how road capacity, road operation, this level of service, those sorts of things are analyzed, and there is always going to be some conflict between the lived experience of people at an intersection and the way that CDOT or Kimley Horn or that sort of thing is going to analyze the function of the intersection. But it's essential for everyone to use the same standards in analyzing how an intersection operates, because as you well know, when you do capital expenditures or think about capital expenditures for road widenings and other things, the question of whether something's warranted is a function of those industry standards. And so that's what we're applying here. And I understand that there's going to be community sentiment, and there was community sentiment last time about how exactly this intersection functions. But in the interest of treating every road in the same fashion, in the same way you would if you were thinking about capital expenditures, we do this from the perspective of those industry standards and how it operates. Mary, I don't know if you've got anything to add to that, but I just wanted to provide some context.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thanks, Andy.
We had this study done because we wanted to bring in a third-party professional opinion. There were many other opinions that came to the podium in both nights, and those are personal opinions. Everybody's entitled to that. There has been, I don't know how many accidents everybody believes there's been there. I know there's been one since this study was done. A friend of mine was in it. But it had nothing to do with the function of the intersection or how the turn movements or the turn lanes or the safety of the intersection. She was simply sitting at it, and a drunk teenager plows into the back of her. She's still going to the doctor today because of that. So, everybody probably knows of other information. The one traffic accident was reported to the DOT, had to do with property damage. And it was on a snowy day, and they slid into the fences on my property. So it was a single car accident that ran in the ditch. In any event, as Jeff said on the last time, the intersection for the traffic that's there today, or even with the traffic that is created by the store, I don't think under-designed is the right word, probably underutilized. The intersection could handle the additional traffic of this particular function or this use, or a more intensive use. Like I noticed a new Maverick being built down south of town. There's a new Love's truck stop there. This intersection could probably, not the traffic engineer, could probably handle a use that intense or almost that intense. So in any event, the intersection is designed for the future. I talked to the county engineer the engineer with CDOT, and he said this area will grow based on the overlay district and the zoning that's proposed for the area. And he said someday the intersection probably will need a traffic light, but at the present time the counts don't warrant it. But that's sort of how we see the intersection evolving over time. So in any event, we had a third-party company come in and do this research. Everybody's going to have an opinion, and if that's more important, I have the best eyes on the place because my house is right on the intersection. I can stand at the kitchen window and see the.
Continue on, please, again. This is a public hearing, and we have to give everybody the respect. When they're talking, please give them the opportunity to speak, and when it's your turn, you will have the same opportunity.
So you'll have people say, I live 2 miles down the road, or I go through that intersection all the time. I watch it every time I'm in the house. Kitchen window looks out at it, and I can tell you, I can hypothesize on why it might be less safe than it should be, and that's that half the people that go in the intersection don't stop before they go in the road. So I can see it. I mean, I can give you my opinion, but I think the third-party professional opinion who did the counts and did the analysis like they were supposed to is the one that should be relied on here. Any other questions on the traffic impact or the public safety issues on the project?
I think you can go ahead.
Okay, thank
And then
you.
we'll ask questions at the end.
So, as I alluded to a little earlier, you know, I came in initially into this meeting pretty confident, thinking that we had the zoning, we had the overlay, this would be, approved as a matter of right, and we'd be on our way with our project. And it was turned down. Geez, we've got a problem here with the battery. Can we get an extension cord or something?
Just switch. Oh, I thought it was a battery.
Thank you. It's going to take just a minute. I'm sorry, take just a second here. Can't wait for AI, can you guys? Anyway, the point I was going to make, we did the counts. We gave you those matrix. You can do the counts yourself. You can see at the Board of County Commissioner meeting, more than half, or about half maybe, of the comments had to do with the specific tenant. It didn't have to do with the retail use. It had to do with the fact that it was a Dollar General store. And we've got some more information to share with you on that here in just a second. Law of opposing forces. That's why we needed yours.
Is it coming back up?
Yeah, it's coming back up. And with Christina's help, we'll be live here in a minute. I'm not qualified to do this. I'll have to open up the file's pretty big. It'll take just a minute. We're getting there, promise. No, just here. This is scary. Okay. We're up. Is there? There's some, well, Don's not
Just,
here.
yeah, just hang tight. Don will be back in a second, but you have up what you need right now?
Yeah, we're up and running. We just
Okay.
gotta know how to project it to the screen.
Don, they would like to project their screen back on the projector, if you could help with that.
In the comments from the public on the Plan Commission meeting, I believe it was 13 went to the podium. Five of the people vehemently objected to a Dollar General. The Board of County Commissioner meeting, 22 people went to the podium, and 11 people were opposed to there being a Dollar General on there. I think well, we'll see the sentiment ourselves later today, I'm sure, but I want to get a little bit ahead of it. There's a Facebook post that's out there circulating right now, and since in both of these meetings, after the people came to the podium, I didn't get a chance to refute any of that, so I'm going to try to nip it in the bud right up front here. Okay, gotta get a little closer. Dominic, geez, can we make that bigger? I'm half blind. Gallego says we have only one dollar store. Family Dollar and Dollar General are not a dollar store. Mary Riddle Bowman said, seriously, we have to do this all over again? BOCC already said no, we don't need another dollar store. It's a terrible location and a dangerous intersection. Debbie Rant says no, no, no. Zach McGee says, yeah, cuz we need another dollar store like we need 8 Mexican restaurants and 20 pot shops. How about trying to open something that will actually benefit the community and something that we don't already have? I will comment that when we first went into the Planning Commission, I think it was the chair, and I forget his name, he asked me, he said, you do know how many dollar stores there are in the county, don't you? And I didn't know at the time, but I've heard many times since there's 5, I think, 4 or 5. I think I heard 5 just now. Ms. Peterson says, reading over the comments, if you cannot attend the county commission, write a letter against this. Your voice is important. Louis McCool said solar farms, glamping, and Dollar General. Scotty Blaylock actually was focused on something other than the dollar store, and he talked about, I feel our county needs progress. Open land's great if it's being used to improve the quality of life in Montezuma County. Sadly, majority of the open land sits stagnant and unused. It's a very long comment, but he had nothing negative to say about Dollar General. He just had problems with the way things were approved in the county. Rick Collins said no, again no. Cecil Gaspar said we have more than enough. Brenda O'Brien, Cortez can't survive any more dollar stores, Mexican restaurants, or dispensaries. We need better business here and we'll provide better opportunities for employment. Said it once already. I say no again, capital all caps. Latifah Rodriguez said we need another one of these like we need another pot shop. I'm going through all this. I don't mean to bore everybody, but don't go again. Did you change it? But I just want to make a point. There's no comment here about land use code. And as we go on down, I think you'll see that the trend is pretty much the same. Christopher Klein, $5 stores, 20 pot shops. Harvey Baker, this is not needed. No, vote no. I can't make it, but please someone speak up if you can. down the bottom. Wait. Linda Marie Carter said, also people need jobs. And then Sarah Rhyme responded, low-paying job with no benefits. Ms. McCabe said no. Madeline Austin said, not to mention that they have the highest turnover rate in the entire country. Linda Marie Carter also. These stores often run very bare bones, 1 to 2 people shift, sometimes more than a 30-hour work, not more than 30-hour work week. Those of us who fought this the last time already did the research, heard the arguments, researched these corporations before they claiming they are good for the community that they are. Chaz Thompson, big no. Deanne Valdez, nope. Dolores has Family Dollar, a locally owned grocery store, locally owned general store, locally owned outdoor store, plus numerous other locally owned stores. Mancos has a Family Dollar store, so does Cortez. It also has a Dollar Tree and Dollar General, and Dove Creek has a Dollar General. Family Dollar and Dollar Tree, we don't need any more of this here. Okay, KDM says he's just making enemies by continuing to push this. His ego's driving this at this point. He's just making enemies by continuing to push this. His ego's driving this at this point. Roxanne Stevens says, please don't send reminders to show up and say no to this. Richard Meredith, classic example of refusing to take no for an answer. Sharon Collier, how many dollar stores does the world really need? And Cindy Adeline said, we don't need this. Is that all? So in any event, you can go on down, please. I heard that in the comments when we went to these meetings. I also heard the stated reasons for the decision no. And I had wanted to get with the Board of County Commissioners just to say, hey, what can I do here? If you're saying that Dollar Generals are cursed and we can't build a Dollar General, what can we do on the property? And this is an email that I got back, and the meeting was denied. So I wasn't able to get any clarity and confirmation as to why really the use, since it was allowed by the code and was the intent of the commercial and industrial overlay, why it was really being refused. And I think it really, we'll hear it later today, but it's the outcry that's driving this. And, we'll get into the land use code and everything a little later. So, we got turned down and we tried to find out what else we could do on it. Don will tell you, we actually had teed up another submission. I had thought that, as often happens in small towns, the court might not find as they did, and we'd wind up having to appeal this decision. And I'd already gotten the prices from Andy as what that would cost. And I thought while the appeal was going on, we'd make another presentation because we had another tenant that at the time that we thought we might be able to get them on a lease, and it was a building supply store. So we were going to make that presentation, and I was going to try to paper the file a little better. That's not the right word. Build the record a little better in that presentation than we did in the first. In any event, what happened is the BOCC failed to deliver findings as required by Montezuma land use. This is the action 1 that we filed, and the denial was not supported by competent evidence, and the BOCC denied leaf properties due process. I think you guys have already heard that. Action 2 was that we filed a motion for summary judgment, arguing that the court should declare and find that the Montezuma high impact permit process lacks the specificity required by law, and that the high impact permit approval process is unenforceable as a matter of law. And, so the judge didn't rule on action 2. Go ahead and flip to that. As it's already been stated here this morning, the court remanded action 1 to the BOCC for written decision of specific findings. In action 2, the court offered no decision at that time. The order did say, and I'd like to point out here, Go ahead and go on down. That upon remand to the BOCC for a written decision, the BOC could deny us again, deny us a second time. And the judge actually states the plaintiffs would likely file suit again and litigate the high impact process then. So I think he understands that that's what would be happening if we have to keep pursuing this thing. So one thing I want to point out is a statement of fact in the order from the court. It says the Montezuma County Land Use Code provides that the Planning and Zoning Commission shall make its recommendations and the Board of County Commissioners shall render a decision on the proposed use based on the following. Proposed use is in conformity with the code. Proposed use shall not generate any significant adverse impacts on the other property in the area and is consistent with the code. Public utilities and services are available or can be made available to support the use is consistent with the proposed zoning. It also says that if the applicant fails to meet these decision criteria, the permit shall either be approved with conditions. In other words, I guess you could give a developer a chance to meet them, ensuring compliance, or compliance with the decision criteria, it could be denied. So anyway, that's what I want to keep. Flip back to that. I just want everybody to remember the ABCs. You know, those are the three things that we're supposed to meet in order to get a use approved. You can go down now. So once again, the property is 3.78 acres. It's in Montezuma County, and it's in the commercial and industrial overlay area. It's zoned commercial, has turn lanes that are adequate to handle the traffic that's there already and the traffic that will be generated by this property. That's what the traffic study has already shown, and we talked about our proposed use in the beginning. Now I want to talk about the commercial overlay district again for just a minute. And I think everybody can see the dotted lines on the map there. And there's really, can you go on up so we can see the bottom? It's really 4 districts. There's one going up 491 north, there's one going up 145 to the north, one going out 160 to the east, and one going to the south on 491. And I can't find in the code anywhere where it says these overlay districts are different from the other. I can't find anywhere where it says, you know, you can put banks in one, but not in the other. Or you can put retail in one, but not in the other. Or you can put convenience stores in one, but not in the other. So we have a property. Let's go on down. Let's talk about what these overlay districts were for first. In the code, it says that a zoning overlay provides designated areas for commercial, light industrial, or heavy industrial uses by providing incentives to developers who wish to propose a commercial and or industrial activity in those areas. Excuse me. And I think that has to do, I mean, if I'd been coming in here and looking for an area just in general to go do a use, and I think what that would say to me as a developer coming in is you have a really good chance, even if it's not zoned right, to get the zoning that you need to provide for commercial use, light or heavy industrial. So we go on down, and it gets a little more detail in saying that who wishes to propose a commercial and or industrial activity in those areas that have an overlay and to achieve the following objectives: to implement the goals of the county's comprehensive plan, to provide a guide for growth and development of unincorporated areas of the county, to encourage the urban level growth in appropriate urban areas, to ensure the orderly transition from rural to urban development, to encourage clustering of commercial and industrial development adjacent to existing development, provide adequate logically placed convenient locations for commercial, light industrial, heavy industrial establishments in relation to the residential housing of rural agricultural production. On down. So in any event, these areas were established by the Board of County Commissioners. This is what we propose that these areas be used for, and typically in most developing towns or counties, commercial development is centered around the traffic flow, which is 145, 491 north and south, and 160 to the east. So we're going to rehash some of the stuff that we presented before, but I just want to kind of go through this so this is clearly in the record. Go back up to the top there. if you look at the top, the entry, you can see that there's a exit lane that's the appropriate width for an automobile vehicle to exit the property. And not only did we get a CDOT permit approving our use, we got a county approval for our driveway. And in talking with Rob, he didn't give it right away. He had some issues that he wanted to address, and I wanted to just show this is a funny looking entry. Typically they're symmetrical and don't look like this. But we have just the lane to the right for the exit. That whole area to the left of that, we created a lot more asphalt so that a tractor and trailer entering the property could actually enter without having to swing into the exit lane. And we've got a truck turn diagram that shows that here in just a minute. Wait. Whoops. Go up. With the idea being that he can turn, in other words, if somebody's trying to exit the property, he doesn't have to wait on somebody to exit, causing traffic to back up into the intersection. He can make his turn right into the property. Okay, now you can run on down. And the engineers provided the truck turn radiuses, which we have to do on all Dollar General projects anyway, to show that the trucks work. Otherwise, they won't sign the lease. Go ahead. Oh, no. Wait, sorry. One thing I want to point out, and I have a question to ask a little later, is the fire department, when we get into the fire study, I'll go into this, is requiring a 10,000 gallon fire suppression storage facility. We're proposing, if you can see the little circle, I brought a pointer, let's see if I can use it. You see a little circle. That's not going to work. Just above the parking lot to the left there, almost in, it's actually inside the setback of Highway 145. And we're planning on burying that in discussions with planning. I think if you set inside the setback, you have to bury the tank, or it has to somehow be submitted to certain restrictions, and that's going to be that it's buried. I did notice though that the Love's does not have that tank buried, sitting right on the highway, sitting right in front of the store actually. But anyhow, I want to point out one other thing. The area right along the left, there was a comment from one of the Board of County Commissioners about adjudicated water. Oh, great, thanks.
And Mr. Kinsey, I will let you know, we're not going to be picking you up. You might want to bring the mic with you if you're going to continue to speak.
Okay. Anyway, this area right is planned for a commercial septic system, so that the sewer, and we've already talked to, what's her name in environmental, Melissa, sorry. And we're in the process. We're ready to put in an application for that if we can get approval for some sort of project. But anyway, this area right here, that's a drainage ditch or swale that directs the water into the retention basin. Also, the water comes around this way in the retention basin. So the adjudicated water is not being impacted at all. We're keeping all of our water on our site and taking it to retention before it leaves the site. Are there any questions on the site plan? What we're proposing to build?
I have none at this time.
Okay. Well, we talked about the commercial overlay district. That's one of the reasons we picked the lot. The other is its zoning, and it's zoned COMZ, I believe. And commercial uses defined in the code say commercial uses shall mean uses engaged in the sale, rental, service, and distribution of goods and the provisions of services. And I think most of the Planning Commission and most of the Board of County Commissioners agrees that the zoning is correct. The use is correct for the zoning per the land use code. But there's some other things I just wanted to point out. Going down. The code as I read it, is there to provide, an owner, I guess to inform an owner what the potential uses of his property should be. And it says landowners will have the opportunity to make informed choices about the future of their land. And of course, they have the responsibility to abide by the standards of the code. So when we came and looked at this property, we saw that the zoning was right. And typically when you look at doing something like this, you look at zoning so that you have some sort of indicator as to what kind of reaction or ruling you might get from the governmental bodies in terms of the approval of your project as you go forward before you spend all this money. Going down, it also provides predictability for new owners, developers, whatever, concerning their rights. Landowners will have a zoning category that defines what their development rights are and what standards will be required when they choose to develop. It provides predictability concerning property values. Zoning designations will assist neighbors, potential buyers, and the public in recognizing what kind of development to anticipate and be able to adjust expectations and plans accordingly. So your code, and I'll go on, it talks about being able to predict where the infrastructure might be placed by the county, and that's why that overlay district is so important, and that's why zoning laws are what they are, is so that you can predict what your potential uses for a piece of property might be. And we relied on all this. We read this code, not verbatim all front to back, but we looked at the things we thought were relevant to us, and we made our decisions accordingly. 10 years ago. In any event, the Montezuma zoning map shows our property zoned commercial. You can go through these, this is running long. I mentioned earlier the zoning and the overlay impact area is the reason we decided to buy the land. Keep going. The other thing was the turn lanes. If these turn lanes had not been here and we came in with this proposed use, the increased traffic that the property produced would have caused CDOT to respond with, we won't give you a CDOT permit unless you build turn lanes. And these are like I think the lanes are 400 feet with a 200-foot taper. I just built one of these in New Mexico. They're not cheap. I couldn't have afforded these. This is about $1 million worth of work. So that's the third reason we picked this property, is we didn't think we'd have to deal with the public safety issues with the governing body of CDOT that we sometimes run into when trying to develop this close to a state highway. This view is important. I'm going to show it to you again in a minute. This is looking south from the entry, turn in for Road N. And you can see there's a through.
Take your mic, please.
Should start singing. I promise you I won't. This is the through lane, which means through traffic can come in, but somebody in front of them starts to turn, gets out of the way to make the right turn. This is the left turn lane. So somebody's about to make a left turn, gets into this lane to make the turn into Road N West. And you have the acceleration lane coming out of a Road N, and then this is the through lane going south. So this is the kind of intersection you have to design for really busy highways. And I'm going to try to go a lot faster, but I just wanted to point out with some pictures that there's a lot of commercial uses that have been allowed that don't appear to be any different. I mean, the tenant or the use is different, but in terms of public safety, availability, utilities, zoning, they're all the same. So I've already talked about what the overlay district is for. Some of the businesses that are in the various overlay districts, northeast, south, and northeast, east, and south. You got a Love's store out there. Those are allowed. Mavericks out there, those are allowed. John Deere, IFA, hemp store, bank, a junkyard, garden center, antique store, a lot of storage buildings in all 4 overlay districts. There's electric supplies, there's oil field services, liquor stores, et cetera, going down. I just want to real quickly look. This is the other end of Road N. We're at the intersection of 145 in Road N. This is the intersection of 491 in Road N. Has a John Deere dealership there. Keep going. Let's go quicker. Has the I forget what the R&B, and just go quickly here so people don't get bored. Tell me what they are. I can't see.
Okay, again, I'm really gonna stress, guys, give this gentleman the opportunity to say what he needs to say, and when it's your turn, you will have the same opportunity. So please keep your comments to yourself at this point in time.
Keep going. So in any event, there were 4 commercial uses at that intersection. This is the highway looking at the intersection there. You have a right-hand decel lane and you have a through lane, but you don't have a left-hand turn lane, and you don't have a decel lane on the other end. So this intersection is, hold on just a second, is far less efficient than the one at Road N and 145. And this has 4 commercial uses already on all 4 corners. This is a little further south on 4091. It's the IFA store. I mean, that's a public, that's a retail use. They sell, well, everybody knows what they sell in there, but I'm guessing that store drives more traffic than a Dollar General. Here's a convenience store on 491 North. Just keep going. Cortez Electric. These are the things that have been allowed. Now we're on 160 East. I'm glad that somebody finally got back in that. That's great. Just keep going. But I can't see the difference. I can't understand why the code, I know the overlay district does it, the code does it. I can't understand why these uses are allowed. There's the Cliff Rose. That's the gas, propane. These uses are allowed and provided for in the zone. So retail is retail, and that's all that we're proposing. Had we come back with that second proposal, it would have been for a retail use, just a different tenant, and actually would have been a builder supply. There's a builder supply like not half a mile, but 0.8 of a mile down the road. That's a junkyard. Let's keep going. Oh, here's a use to talk about. There's a Dollar General store in exactly the same commercial and industrial overlay district. I think the zoning had to be changed for this, and it was granted. Wait. And so this one was approved in a commercial overlay district to the south, but a Dollar General was not approved in a commercial overlay district to the north when the district was there and the zoning was appropriate. I'm going to come back to this in just a minute. Keep going. This is, well, everybody knows where that is. The Love's truck stop down south. Keep going. There's the water storage tank I was talking about on the highway. And here's the new Maverick. I think this rezoning was up before the Planning Commission the night that we were turned down. I think this is the Maverick that they were talking about. And this thing's going to generate lots more traffic than the Dollar General. And if commercial properties have impacts on neighboring properties, this will have a much more negative impact. Keep going. But here's the street view. And Don, or somebody can straighten me out on this. I can't believe that CDOT approved this. Because this is looking to the south on 491. You can see the Maverick sign there where you turn into the right. There's no left turn lane. There's no right turn lane. Are they having to improve that, Don, or do you know?
This is still under construction, and the highway section's not done yet.
So they'll be doing the whole highway, or they're just building their entrance?
No, they will have to provide AC/DC lanes there. That was part of their
Okay. Okay.
mechanism for CDOT's approval, but.
Yeah,
you
I
can
thought it had to
continue
be. It
through.
was really surprising to me when I was looking at it yesterday.
Yeah, the store's not open, so there's no
I was
commercial
just,
traffic.
they're rocking and rolling on it, though. They'll be ready here pretty soon. But CDOT will do that to you. I showed you those turn lanes there. If there's just acceleration and deceleration lanes on the other one, they still don't have this kind of intersection, because this has acceleration, deceleration lanes, and it has the left turn lane for both directions. Gets the turning cars out of the way so the through traffic can keep going. I might add one thing before we get into this. You know, the thing that would make that intersection safer is a lower speed limit. And I don't have the power to do that, but counties might have the ability to make that request and be heard. Anyway, here's the out of the code again. I read it a while ago as part of the order from the Corps, but the things that have to be looked at when approving a project is the proposed use in conformity with the code. Ours is. Everybody said that. The court, planning commission, and the board of county commissioners. Everybody agrees, I think, that the use is in conformity with the code. The proposal shall not generate any significant adverse impacts on other property in the area is consistent with the code. In the high impact application, we're going to look at this in just a minute, that we submitted here, I think there's 33 thresholds, and we met the ones that had to be met. We met. There was no threshold on there where the comments from the planning commission was that this had to happen. The comment, there's some comments like, if other permits are required, you have to do it. Yeah, that's right. If you got to get a permit for a septic tank, yeah, you got to do that. All those things were noted in the application, but there were no high impact thresholds that were unmet. And we can go through them well, let me go to the third one. Third thing that you have to get approval is you have to have public utilities and services available. We've have a 3-inch water line. We'll get into that in the high impact application here in a minute, but there's a 3-inch water line running up and down 145. That's more than enough to feed 2 bathrooms and a janitor's sink. And of course the septic system will take care of itself. There was one issue that had to do with fire suppression, and we hired a very expensive fire professional consultant to come in and meet with me, meet with Roy Wilkerson, the fire chief, and to look at what options might be available, acceptable options to deal with the fire suppression issue. And they came up with the same thing. It looks like they came up with down at the Love's store, which is a 10,000 gallon storage facility to provide the fire suppression water that might be needed to fight a fire. That was recommended by our professional. It was agreed to and accepted by Roy, and in our opinion, we had handled that concern that had been voiced by the fire department before we came to the Board of County Commissioners. Go ahead. Remember the ABCs I talked about a while ago? This is the Dollar General approval to the south, and I just wanted to point out that it was approved by the commissioners at the time based on the following. A, the proposed use is in conformity with the code. So is ours. Same use. Proposed use shall not generate any significant adverse impacts on other property in the area. Ours doesn't. I guess this one doesn't. And this one had the public utilities, and ours combined with a 10,000 gallon storage tank has with a state approved septic system, has all the utilities necessary for this use. And you can see the guys that voted yes. A couple of guys were absent. None of these people, I don't think, are on BOCC right now, but this store was approved at the time. It's interesting to note, discussion on the motion, none. Vote was unanimous. Anyway. So we met 33 of the 33 threshold standards on our high impact application permit. I would like to point out that consistent with rural character is not one of the high impact threshold requirements. It's one of the objectives of the code, one of the things that the code is striving for and the Board of County Commissioners should be striving for, but it's not a high impact requirement. And neither is property values. But those were the two most consistent reasons given to us. It's the reason we couldn't build our store. Keep going. Anyhow, when we went to get our high impact permit approved, public concerns, as we've already went through, was the first and biggest objection was the fact that Dollar General was the retailer. There was traffic and safety issues, which is addressed in the high impact permit application in item number 11. Adequacy of utilities was brought up. That's addressed in the high impact permit items number 12, 13, 17, and 22. And the lighting comments, there weren't many, but there's a couple that was addressed in, excuse me. I got too comfortable. Of course, the others we've talked about a little bit, and we'll get into more of the rural character and property values, but the traffic and safety was addressed and commented on by planning in the high impact application, adequacy of utilities and lighting. And let's just go down to those. We've highlighted this, you guys can't see it, but basically if we highlighted it, it says it meets the code or there are no issues. Some of them are not applicable. In item number 11, when we submitted this initially, we said we were going to have a permit from CDOT within the next week, and we did. So here we didn't have it. Now we do. Water talks about a 3-inch line. The next to the last sentence says water's available, but has not been secured. Sanitary sewer, we're in touch with Melissa. We know all the things we have to do there. This emergency services, that was part of the discussion with Roy Wilkerson. The project's close enough that he can access it. It's like three miles or a little less from the fire station. But anyway, this is all on file from the last time, and we met all the requirements in the high impact threshold application. Saying other significant adverse, wait, go back up. Other significant adverse impacts. It says this is from planning per the application submittals. This complies with the county land use code. If and when disturbances are reported, property owners are required to contact the planning department immediately. And then the last one's local and state and federal required permits. Applicant shall be aware of any additional permitting that will be required in order to complete the desired project. So in some cases, the planning department put the onus on us to make sure that we knew what had to be done and that we knew we had to do it. So anyway, the first objection was Dollar General. Let's go quick. And I've already gone through this. Dollar General was turned down on the north side of town on the high impact, not high impact, the commercial and industrial overlay, but it was approved on 491 South in the commercial industrial overlay. And for the reasons that we stated earlier, it was in conformity with the code, didn't generate any significant adverse impacts, and then public utilities and services were available. Second community objection was traffic and safety. We talked, I think, a lot about that this morning. It's also addressed in item number 11 on the high impact permit application. Go ahead and flip through this. If no one has any questions, we'll just skip right through the Kimley Horn traffic study. It's on file. It talks about peak hour trips that Mary alluded to this morning. It talks about turn movements. It talks about added traffic. It talks about accidents. Hang on. Those were the requirements, CDOT requirements, left turn lane, right turn, acceleration lane. The study actually shows that the right turn acceleration lane out of Road N is not required. It's there already. It's right here. That third highlighted area, that right turn acceleration lane is not warranted. And I think that's part of the reason a lot of people don't stop. They just hit that intersection, swing right, and keep on going. They looked at sight distances, that's what that is, making sure that the sight distances were adequate on both roads. The one crash that CDOT has happened in 2018. And there's the CDOT traffic permit that we obtained from CDOT. Here's the county driveway permit that we obtained from the County Roads and Bridges Department. Third objection was adequacy of utilities. I've kind of spoken to a lot of this stuff. There's 3-inch water line. We're putting in the septic tank. We're handling the fire concerns with a 10,000-gallon storage tank. Lighting we hadn't talked about too much. There is a study that was provided last time, a photometric study, that shows all the looms produced by the lighting on the building. Those looms are provided by the lighting specs that come in the architectural plans. Go back up if you can. Just keep going, that's okay. In any event, the lighting study, and we'll see it in just a minute, shows that there's no light spillage onto the neighboring properties. This is the fire study from the fire professional we hired to deal with the fire department's concern about fire suppression. Let's flip on through it. These are all on file. I assume they're available to the public, right, Don?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yes,
Okay.
they are.
If they request them
okay,
to look at them, we don't send them out.
okay. Anyway, his recommendation here is to provide a 10,000-gallon cistern to use the fire department's existing water shuttle and automatic aid protocols, et cetera, et cetera. So he and Roy and I met, I think, twice, but Roy was fine. He obviously kind of knew what he wanted. He'd already gotten it down at the Lowe's store, so he was after 10,000 gallons from us too. Keep going. There was a lighting concern about lighting falling over or spilling onto other people's properties. And this is the lighting study that we did. Stones River Electric did that. It's called a photometric plan, and if you study this chart, you can see the looms that are produced on the site by the lighting that's on the building. And as I said, none of the lighting spills over into any of the neighboring properties. And then we come to not consistent with rural character. I don't know how you define that. And that's one of the questions I'd hope to ask when we had our meeting. What is rural character? You know, where I come from, Southern Appalachia, it's a single wide on an acre of land with 2 cars on blocks sitting out front. It's kind of like Jeff Foxworthy said, if you mow your lawn and you find a car, you might be a redneck. Well, that's kind of the way it is in the Southeast. Whatever it is here, I can't find it defined in the code. I think it's totally subjective, and many of the planning commissioners, when they cast their vote, they said based on subjective reasons, we've decided to vote against this. So anyway, we presented in our first presentation some building options. One of the county commissioners stated, I have a problem with this building. I think he meant the use, but in any event, these are some of the buildings that we could possibly put up there. That's one we designed in the east. This is one we designed down in Sedona. Keep going. This is one that was built in Florida. And this is one I built in Flagstaff, actually. And we don't know why none of these fit the rural character of the community or the neighborhood. This is one I actually designed when we were thinking we're coming back to you guys for another use, the builder supply. That's why you see that sign. But that's a possible. I mean, that's all metal siding. That's probably cheaper for me. And this is up the same road. This is one of the commercial uses that's on that road. 145 to the north. It's another. Go faster. Storage units. That's about a mile south of the property in question here. That's one I want to get to. Just keep going. The hemp store just up the road. Yes, it's closed, but it was allowed. Can you go any faster? This is the convenience store up on top of the hill. You know, maybe that's what we should do. Convenience store. Too bad Love's already got their place. What I want to get to is there's just down the street south of us, I think it's 7/10 of a mile right here, is a RV park. And right next door, if you keep going, there's a builder supply. And I guess these somehow meet the rural character better than ours. But the point I wanted to make is these two together at the intersection of Road M and 145. I had my traffic engineer, or I had one of my engineers take a quick stab at this. These two uses together produce more traffic than the Dollar General. And there's actually a drive there that creates a dangerous, if it were DOT today, I'm not sure they'd make both of these exit onto the Road M and then get out into the highway there. But anyhow, keep going. This met the rural character of the county. Ours did not. And I wanted to talk about, this is Cat Corner across from the property we're wanting to develop. It's I guess a quasi-commercial use. Christina looked it up. It's rental cabins. And what was it called? It's a different zoning though, right? Yeah. And this is the plumbing shop just adjacent to the rental cabins. It's right there next to our property. That's a commercial use that does meet the rural character of the county. Here's the barn my neighbor built. You know, I could complain. That's blocking my view. You know. So anyway, the point, keep going, scrolling down. The point I was trying to make is there are businesses up and down that road and in other parts of the county. We can't figure out what inconsistent with the rural character of the community means. We think that requirement or that condition lacks the specificity that it should have. We should know what we have to do to meet a requirement. And of course, in the last big reason that the public had for not wanting the store's property values. And the appraisal that Mr. Morano was talking about this morning is this one. I'd like to present it to you guys and make sure that it's in the record. Can you get that for him? I was actually a little upset with Vic. but I also realized he was doing it for the bank. I didn't ask him to do the appraisal. I went to the bank for the money, and they asked him to do the appraisal. But go ahead and go on down to the next page. There. He comes in $1.8 million on the store, on that part of the property. I've sold 4 of these in the past year, and 3 of them, the last 3, sold for more than $2 million. And VIX used, that was at a 7.1 cap, so VIX is about 7.9 here, I think, 7.8 or 9, which is way, in terms of cap rate, above the market. The store will bring more than that on the open market, but we wanted an appraisal in the record. And for people who say that commercial development decreases property values, certainly wouldn't decrease this if we were allowed to build a building. And in the event there are any taking ideas, we wanted to get some sort of value established into the record. There's also a value to add to that for the house if you were valuing the whole property. So I guess lastly, if you were asking me what rural character means, maybe that's a picture of it. That's a beautiful hayfield, man. You should have seen the hay that made this year. But in any event, what I want to talk about a little bit is, it seems in today's world, certain people want to tell other people what to do. And, everybody has the right to speak their mind. Everybody has the right to give their opinion. Everybody has the right to do what they want to do. But there are land use codes that are established for reasons. And we tried to follow all those, do the right things that a developer would do. But we have some of my neighbors wanting to tell me what I can do with my land, or what I cannot do. It's probably the better word. That I cannot do something that it's properly zoned for, that was intended for in an overlay district, because they don't like the tenant. Now, I showed this picture for a reason. What if some crazy guy from Georgia buys the property next door to this beautiful farm and starts saying things like, alfalfa is hazardous to my health? I'm being ridiculous. But I was just trying to make a point that we kind of have to be careful. I mean, people have the right to say what they want to say, but there comes a line. If you look at the Harvard campus, if you look at Los Angeles, comes a point in time where, you really need to follow the law or the code and not allow people to tell other people what to do. It's funny, the people who want to tell you what to do, if you try to tell them what to do with their land, they take issue with it really fast. So we think we meet those 3 requirements for this parcel. It meets with the code. It has no adverse high impact. It has the utilities. We met the concerns for the fire department. We've addressed the lighting issues. The property values, we've got an appraiser says they won't be detrimentally affected. I've never seen that happen. If you've got commercial property next door to you, whether you like it or not, that makes the probability of your property being developed or rezoned commercial higher, and it's counterintuitive to think that commercial property would be less valuable than a single-family residence or an agricultural property. So in any event, I'll close with that. That's the last slide, right? And I'm here for any questions. And I think we have Andy on the phone. He's going to want to wrap this up. But before we let him speak, does anybody have any comments or questions from me?
Commissioners, I have a couple clarifications.
Sure, go ahead, Don.
So in the threshold standards, all 33 items are not met. Traffic is the reason for the high impact permit. Because you have a CDOT access permit is not the criteria. The criteria is less than 15 vehicle round trips per day. That triggers the high impact permit. Additionally, they have applied to the county for their driveway permits. There has not been one issued because the driveway has never been constructed. The previous applications expired. They have a 90-day period. That they did apply for a driveway permit application with Road and Bridge last week.
I'd like to speak to that.
Okay. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
With regard to the traffic count, it's not one of the 33 thresholds. It's the triggering mechanism that makes you have to apply for a high impact permit. And I can say this because I've been through enough traffic counts. My household, with 3 kids driving, one was in college and 2 were in high school. My wife had a car and I had a car. We would have hit the 15 trip threshold. So that's just a trigger to throw this, it basically negates the code and puts everything in a high impact permit bucket, which gives you guys the right to make decisions based on things like rural character, property values, whatever it might be, which takes, kind of throws the code out the door and puts it into the subjective decision-making hands of commissioners. With regard to the road permit, we had a road permit and we went to get it, driveway, to get it extended, I guess, a few months ago, I can't remember exactly. It was extended. They took our money. We paid a fee, extended it. And we went back in, it was expiring again, we went back in to extend it, because I'm ready to build something no matter what it is. If I have to build a barn or a riding rink or whatever, we're gonna build something. Because by right, you guys have to grant me something, a viable use. And so we were getting ready to build a permit, and they said no, they canceled our permit. That was last Thursday. So I think it's important that that be in the record. It was extended once, but now that we're coming up on this meeting, it's a pretty good indicator of what we might be looking at here. They canceled the permit, supposedly, so that the new, I don't know what his title is, the new director could meet with me. Whether he has different requirements than the first director, I don't know, but we'll find that out in our meeting tomorrow. Is it 3 or 4? It's this afternoon. What time? Okay, we'll know this afternoon if he's got requirements that are more onerous or different than what was required before.
Okay. Anything else, Don?
Nope, just clarifying that land use code for
Questions?
traffic has nothing to do with CDOT.
Questions to the commissioners prior to opening this up for public comment, because I do have to do that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioners, questions?
Nothing right now.
Commissioners? Okay.
Any questions for me?
You know, the only question I'll ask, and I asked it in the very first meeting, was the softening of the road or the signage on that road, because there is, and like I said, the trees there, although it doesn't happen every day, but those trees do ice and shadow that road for
You're right,
about
yeah.
a distance of, I'm gonna say 100 feet, don't quote me on that. And they do create some traffic hazard that goes into that. I brought that up the very first time.
Yes, sir.
That can be mitigated with sand, signs, there's all kinds of ways to mitigate that. So my only question at this time is, it wasn't discussed in here because that is a county road. Have you thought of that? Do you have any kind of a plan?
When you brought it up before, I'm sorry to interrupt you. When you brought it up before, I agreed with you. I said, we can cut the trees, but I think you like the trees as much as I do.
Yeah, I don't necessarily want the trees.
Yeah, but that's certainly a solution. The other solution is that when we sand and salt or provide whatever services we do on the entry driveway, that we address that area too with sand and snow removal and the salt. We just make that part of the contract, maintenance contract with the
And then
company we
the
use.
other issue I had was, would it be an issue to widen that south side of County Road N, that 100 feet, I'm guessing, maybe 120 feet, to that driveway, but it looks like you've extended the driveway already to the west?
We fixed the driveway to handle that issue. Any truck that turns right off of 145 onto Road N will turn immediately into the project. So the widening, I'm not sure. We could widen that entry part of the driveway a little more, just to make sure that there's no chance that the trailer trails off of the driveway. But I'm not sure that. The issue with the truck is that he would intuitively move to the left side into the oncoming traffic, and that's what you don't want, He's not, having a lane on the right's not going to help truck traffic at all, I don't think. We could have that looked at, though, if you wanted to.
I guess what I'm saying is if you have a little wider lane to the south, he doesn't have to go into the left lane to make such a sharp turn, which is coming onto your property. That was my point in the beginning.
Well, that's what we're, can you flip back to that real quick? Try to find the site plan. Or the truck turns would be probably the best. That's what we're trying to do by the widening of the drive.
No,
We've got one exit lane, we got about 3 lanes width of entry lanes.
And I saw that. That's different now than the first
Yeah.
diagram that we saw back
Yes.
in April.
Yes, that's a result of conversations with, his name was Rob, I think, director, director, manager, whatever his position was. That's what he wanted. He wasn't going to approve a driveway permit until we could show him that a truck wouldn't be sitting there waiting on traffic to come out.
Correct, yeah. Okay. No other questions at this point in time?
Okay, Andy wanted to,
Okay.
I would like Andy to finish up, because I probably screwed a lot of things up or messed up. Andy will need to get me out of the woods on.
No, this will be brief, and I'm going to share my screen here because I have a presentation on this. So one moment. This, maybe we'll see if I can get it up. All right. We should be sharing here that you'll be able to see this on your screen as well. I just wanted to briefly walk us through zoning conformance on this because ultimately the board is required to make a legal decision or a legal determination as to whether this application satisfies the approval criteria. And I will just note that the court in its description of the issues presented in the case to it earlier had mentioned that we had submitted an application that complied with the code. Let me just read that here to make sure that I have that correct. Here we are. The court had said the issues before the court, and in describing this, it said the plaintiff, which is Lead Properties, plaintiff made an application that complied with the Montezuma County Code, and the application was denied by the BOCC orally at a public hearing held on April 30th, 2024. So that was its articulation of the genesis of the issues before the court. But we're here today because the court returned us to consider this application once more under the approval criteria of the code. And so you've heard from Doug about the purposes of a high impact review, and certainly you apply the high impact review every day. But I think it's important just to state one more time that the reason why we are here on high impact permit review is not because of any of the other 32 threshold standards. It is purely, as Mr. Haley said, because this project produces more than 15 vehicle trips a day. So really the only impact that could be considered high or that would need to be offset is with respect to those 15 daily round trips. And with respect to that driveway permit in particular, Doug mentioned this, but we did have a valid driveway permit earlier when we first came in front of the BOCC. And just as a result of the proceedings before the court and then the ultimate scheduling of this, those permits do expire. So it's just the passage of time. It's not as though the permit or anything about the proposal was no longer in compliance with county code. So the county had previously determined it complied. There was just an expiration that wasn't extended. And again, the conversation is going to happen here. If the BOCC were so inclined, it could certainly condition approval on securing that permit. So I don't see a legal concern with respect to that. Really just time passed as we got back here in front of you, and that was what happened. We didn't get the extension again, despite the request. So Doug told you a little bit about conformity with the code, but I want to get out ahead of what I believe are probably community comments on this, because there is a concern, I understand, with the use from the members of the community. But as Doug had mentioned about the commercial overlay area and that COMZ or commercial zoning designation, the BOCC had already made some difficult choices about where to locate future development in the county. And it chose appropriately to do that along highway corridors. And there are a number of commercial overlay or commercial industrial overlay areas throughout the county. And I think it's important to remember that in choosing where those corridors are, the BOCC also made a decision about the areas that it wanted to preserve away from that commercial and industrial development. So the county has largely preserved that rural component of the county around all the other areas that are not the commercial and industrial overlay. But the choice to include properties in that overlay is a choice to say, here's where that commercial and industrial development is going to be. And you've seen along 145 that it has developed commercially over the years. And I understand that it may be difficult then to, have property adjacent to that corridor that's not in it. But, the BOCC did make hard choices a long time ago about where it wanted to see that development. And we'd be having a very, very different conversation if this were a proposal in a remote area of the county that's not in one of these commercial and industrial overlays. But the purpose is to promote that scale of development in particular locations that the BOCC has decided are appropriate for that kind of development. I understand that it might be difficult on the day when that development actually arrives. It's been a long time without any development at this corner, but it's been set aside for exactly this for a long time. And then you've seen, this is what you've seen before with respect to the significant adverse impacts, but it is a limited commercial development. We have confirmation on the traffic study, and just to go back to a point that I made a little bit earlier, we really do need to design projects and consider projects in accordance with industry standards, the same standards that CDOT applies, because it's simply impossible to address concerns that aren't in any way tethered to those standards. The way that we avoid arbitrary decision making is to focus on commonly adopted standards that CDOT applies, that Kimley-Horn applies, and say, is this intersection functioning in the way that it should? Because no one can design a project to the comments that may occur, in the course of considering it, because those may or may not be tethered to the standards that traffic engineers do in fact put in place. So as Doug mentioned, we've got utilities, so we address those as well, and no concerns on this. And the applicant did go through and meet with county officials to make sure that we were addressing in particular fire on this. So here are the various concerns that were in fact addressed. Now I want to point out one thing with respect to property values, because that was a primary thing that came up. It was both from the BOCC. We heard those comments from the BOCC last time. We heard them from members of the public, and that's why Mr. Romano was here earlier today to conclude, there's just not evidence to support that a retail use like this one would have any effect on neighboring property values. I understand that there are sort of generalized concerns about it, but we just can't find any evidence in the data to support this. And in particular, and I appreciate that we had the opportunity to look at the materials the public submitted last time, because there was a focus on a study from suburban Atlanta, from DeKalb County. And some folks had mentioned this, saying, well, this study suggests that dollar stores, or what they call small box discount retailers, have a negative impact on property values. So I went and I pulled that study, which in fact was commissioned by DeKalb County to support its moratorium on dollar stores. And what the study authors concluded was, overall, the number of dollar stores or small box discount retailers was not statistically significantly related to median parcel value in any year. So there was, I believe in the study, 1 year between 2015 and 16 in which there was a correlation between the number of dollar stores and property values that did not appear in any other year. And after they took into account all the other factors like demographics and other things, community character, that sort of stuff, the study authors concluded the dollar stores and the number of dollar stores do not have an impact on property value. So the study you heard about a year ago, or a little bit more than a year ago, about property values did not in fact conclude that there is any causal relationship between dollar stores and property values. And I think it's important that we just clear that up, because I personally had some concerns after folks raised this study in public comment, but actually reading the study itself, it didn't say what was suggested in that comment. And to be fair, the news reporting on that study also didn't appear to read this either, so I could see how you might have gotten that impression, but the study itself doesn't say that. The line I've quoted here is what it says. So overall, the question is simply whether this complies with the criteria. And Doug is correct that we, asked about rural character to see whether we could get any insight on that, and it's not one of the criteria under the code. But as Doug mentioned, there are various facades and elevations, to the extent that rural character is a matter of aesthetics, where we can design to that. Ultimately, if the BOCC has concerns on this, that ability to condition approval, and to discuss with the applicant, would you accept these conditions of approval, is a way to potentially address those concerns. Now, certainly we think this application, which proposes a use by right at this intersection, complies with all the criteria anyway. But to the extent there are concerns, the purpose of this high impact permit process is to help us as the applicant address them to the commissioner's satisfaction. Ultimately, we just want to get to yes on this to address any outstanding concerns you have. So again, really appreciate your time. I understand you've been sitting here for quite a while now, but we wanted to make sure that we put everything that we thought might be relevant to your consideration into the record and give you an opportunity to review that and to also ask any questions. So again, appreciate your time.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Anything else before I open this up for public comment?
No, I don't think so. I think I've pointed out everything I wanted to. Andy does it much more eloquently, but comments were made about the building, but we just offered up some options. And we have architects. If there's a certain look or design that meets the criteria of rural character in terms of aesthetics, as Andy said, we can do that. I don't think that was the rural character that everybody's talking about. I personally think it has to do with the specific tenant, and that's the reason that it was turned out. I think it was a very clever move that Ian made at that county commission meeting. Before he took the vote, he wanted to make the statement and make clear to everybody, or have all three commissioners state that it was not the specific use that caused them to make their decision. But if you go back to the record and listen to the videos, you can see what it is that seems to cause the public to be upset, and maybe it causes the county commissioners to be upset as well. But it is a use that is ours by right, based on decisions that have been made by the county commissioners in the past. And we have met the thresholds. If triggering the 15 traffic count causes you to want us to look at doing other things with the driveway or entry, we're certainly willing to sit down, if you guys will, and talk about that. So I don't think there's anything else. We'd like you guys to look at this one like you look at the dollar store on the south side of town, and apply the same criteria and the same code, same decision-making criteria, and we'd hope that you would approve this one like you did that one. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. All right, this being the time now, we will open this application up for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak for or against the application, come forward to the podium. State your name and address for the record prior to providing your comments. And you have 3 minutes. We're going to go 20 minutes at 3 minutes, and we're going to reduce it to 2. Remember, we're not having to rehash everything that has already been presented. So if you have new information or new data, that's what we're wanting to hear at this point in time. So with that, public comment is open.
Thank you for your time. My name is Brad DeMond. I live at 15149 Road 28, which is about a mile or so from the proposed site. I use Road N and Road 145 several times a week, including this morning. to come into this meeting. I would like to address the significant adverse impact. I feel this proposal, that if approved, would be a significantly adverse impact on the area, on the town. Mr. Kinsey mentioned the south side Dollar General was approved. Why not the north side? Because the north side is not the south side. And his summation, his laissez-faire capitalist summation that he closed with prior to his attorney speaking, I'm glad that there are checks and balances on such capitalism. You represent one of those. The traffic at that intersection is not appropriate for this kind of an establishment. As I said, I use that intersection on a regular basis. And Mr. Romano spoke about the appraisal. He began by speaking about traffic. He is not a traffic engineer. He spoke of Dove Creek and La Plata stores. Why did he not assess the stores in Dolores or Cortez? I don't understand the comparison. Those are cherry-picked evidence. I would like to know the methodology that the traffic, the Kimley Horn or Corn, whatever that outfit is, what methodology they use to determine that that intersection would not be a problem. There will be accidents if this store is approved, and there will need to be a traffic light at that intersection. Who pays for that? Well, the developer does not. We will be paying for such a traffic light, and that was more corporate welfare to enable this kind of development that is not wanted or needed in this community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Good morning. My name is Rick Collin. I live at 23611 Road Inn, and I'm highly against this Dollar General
Put the mic
at
up.
that intersection. It's a very dangerous intersection. I go through there many times a week. The study dates on this traffic impact, I don't know when they were done, but if I remember correctly, it was done either in the fall or in the spring, and it was not during any vacation or tourist time at all. The cameras were up, or sensors or whatever were up there for quite a while, but the traffic at that time is just local traffic, and it does not represent what we have out there on that highway right now. It's absurd to think that this is going to be a safe intersection tomorrow once that store is built. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Pete Montano. I live at 28593 County Road N. And what I would like the commissioners to consider from the intersection of N and 145 to County Road 29, and that County Road 28 that comes down and tees with County Road N, there are 82 homes on that strip. 82 homes, and most of them have multiple drivers, multiple vehicles, and we use that intersection on a regular basis to go to Cortez. That is a left-hand turn. As noted at the prior meeting last year, the Dollar General South, they receive approximately 250 vehicles every day at that store. That is from the manager. So you add that to what we are already using now, which is already a congested intersection, we're more than tripling the number of vehicles that will be accessing and using that intersection. It is going to be just more dangerous. It's already a challenge. Like I said, there are 82 homes on that strip, just from P down to N, 29 to 145. Thank you very much, and I respectfully ask you to deny this permit.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning. Good morning, County Commissioners. My name is Stacy Gallagher. I live at 27093 County Road N, so directly adjacent to this proposed property. Some notes that I took during the presentation, I'm used to going before boards, so I take notes. Number one is the highway impact. And I'm not sure when that impact study was done, but just a couple of months after the initial denial of that, there was a major traffic accident involving a van full of kids and a car where there was a T-bone accident with that van headed north and a car pulling out onto the highway that cannot see past the left turn lane or the right turn lane with the north going traffic. And that was a major traffic, I don't think it was a fatality, but there was a major traffic accident at that time. And it was within 2 months, 3 months of the initial hearing here. Concerning the ABCs and the Dollar General that is south of town, one of them is the impact on the area. There is not a residential property within a quarter mile, I don't think, of that Dollar General. Whereas there are 6 within 200 yards of this proposed Dollar General. And the area south of town was an established industrial area for many years. I believe the Loves probably didn't have as high of a acceptance process, I guess, because of a historical truck stop have already been established there. It was just a new truck stop being established in its place. Can't speak to the Maverick. The appraisals that the gentleman came in and did, number one, biased appraisal opinions, and he stated in his statements at least 4 times, in my opinion, this would not have an impact on the residential property values in the area. And he's speaking from the side of the bank that is financing the project. That's a conflict of interest. It should have been an independent appraiser, probably from Montezuma County, that made those comments. This is not a support service for the community. I don't think our community, as voiced over and over again, sees value in this business, so I don't believe it would be a support service. One other thing I wanted to speak to is I did some research before I came in here, because my biggest thing is safety. Number 1 for the traffic. Number 2, just for historical
Okay.
things around Dollar Generals.
Your 3 minutes are up, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Well, you have to go to the next one. Next, please.
Good afternoon. Phil Schmidt, 26812 Road N. I'm opposed to this high impact permit being approved based on the following. Let's be real about approving this high impact permit. It doesn't drive any economic value for the county. I don't think we should issue this permit on one of the arguably most beautiful entries into Cortez and areas in Montezuma County. Let's not diminish the character like some of the other ports of entries presented earlier. A 2002 study by Clemson University said the presence of dollar stores reduces value of properties by 16 to 21%. I think we need to review that more in detail. Also, I was disturbed by the presentation of the appraiser earlier. I think the commission should require a true third-party appraiser to determine adverse impacts, not somebody that's connected with the success of this project. This is a true conflict of interest, and that testimony should not be considered as a part of this review. Let's see. They say traffic will not be impacted on. Traffic will not be impacted, and this intersection is safe. I can tell you as a resident who passes through the intersection 5 to 10 times a day that the intersection was built of this size for a reason. It is dangerous. I get almost hit or pushed out of a lane once a week on average. Additionally, it's laughable that there's only one accident that's come up in the review. I've had 3 people walk up to my property to get help when they've had a traffic accident in that intersection, and I'm about 125 yards from it. To have that many where I actually get traffic at my house from accidents in that intersection is kind of crazy. Also, in late May, news came out that Dollar General will be shockingly getting into the gas business with 40 stores. This is a big deal. I was wondering if there was any restrictions in the high impact permit being issued that would limit that use in the future unless there was reapproval or authorization. I saw dark sky, some level of protections on lighting, but it's true not dark sky protections. Sparks across the street a couple of years ago changed their light bulbs out and made it not as nice at night. And some of the neighbors got together and went over, hey, can you change your light bulbs and make them go down so we preserve the character of our neighborhood? That was a big deal then. Having huge mercury vapor lights outside of a Dollar General store is going to really diminish that. And ultimately, that is what diminishes property value. Thank you. I'm opposed to this permit.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good morning. My name is Laura Bauer. I live at 27325 Road M7, and I am speaking in opposition to the granting of a high-impact permit for this location. I question the traffic study. At the last Board of County Commissioners meeting, the person presenting stated, quote, "There is no difference in the traffic impact between tourist season and non-tourist season. Anybody that lives here knows that there is an impact to the traffic during tourist season versus non-tourist season." So I question the validity of the traffic impact study. Second, the appraiser did speak about providing this support service as Dove Creek. Well, as we all know, Dove Creek doesn't have a Walmart. Dove Creek doesn't have a Safeway. Dove Creek doesn't have a city market. So yes, those people would have to drive further to get their groceries or their Dollar General stuff. We have city market. We have Safeway. We have Walmart. We have 5 other dollar stores to meet our service needs. They talk about use by right, use by right, use by right. Okay, yeah, you have a use by right. However, and I see that that's probably going to be your next challenge, is we do have a high impact permit application process for a reason. So if it was simply, yes, this is zone commercial, yes, you can go in there, we probably wouldn't be having this conversation. However, we do have the high impact. And in regards to the ABC, it doesn't fit the character of the neighborhood. Why? Because there are homes near here. There are ranches near here. This does not plop in a Dollar General in the middle of nowhere. It does not meet with the character of the neighborhood. And I would ask, if it is approved, then maybe as a condition put on there that if the business does fail or goes under, we're not stuck with this ugly building in the middle of our residential and agricultural, that they must return the property back to how it was when they bought it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next.
My name is Wendy Watkins. I live at 27555 Road N, a half a mile from where the proposed Dollar General is going in. Mr. Kinsey has rightly acknowledged that he's got residents upset with his proposal, and I would like to speak to that. I'll tell you what really upsets me is being told by a lot of people from out of state and out of town what my experience is, what my experience should be, and what my experience will be if this is allowed to go through. We've got a Durango appraiser who does have a conflict of interest working for the bank, who tells us that not only will this not impact us negatively, but we should be grateful. He's telling us that we should be grateful for this business to go in. I resent that. We have out-of-state light studies. We have a traffic analyst who's telling us that this is safe when we have resident after resident telling us otherwise. We had our sheriff, Steve Dowland, say this was not a safe intersection already. They don't have the manpower to staff it with increased traffic. We have fire code analysis. We have all of this new evidence, the best evidence that money can buy. And that's exactly what's happened. Now, the Board of Commissioners, you live here. I live here. These people live here. You are tasked with upholding the rural character of this county. And yes, that is a subjective call, but that is your duty. And when you go to vote, I'm just going to ask each one of you and all of these out-of-town experts who told us what our experience was going to be, would you buy a property that is smack dab next door or across the street from the business that Mr. Kinsey is proposing to put up? I'm going to wager a guess that you would not. Thank you.
All right, next.
Morning. I'm Ken Porter. I live at 27098 Road Inn, right next door. I do think this is going to affect my property value. It'll take away from, I have a view of the Butte Mountain, and my whole yard adjoins his. And so we're looking at over 100 yards of fence we share. I don't see how it wouldn't affect the sales of my property somehow, you know, because it takes away a view. It's a parking lot and a building, and I just feel it's out of place for what we need. And I also think that Road Inn hasn't been considered enough in the traffic, because I watch people every day from my living room slamming on their brakes, avoiding running into somebody doing a turnaround, very popular. And I think it's too busy, and I think it's going to take away from Road Inn terribly, causing eventually a problem. So I would hope they consider all that. And he doesn't have really the acreage for the project he's doing. He's got a house and a park on the project. So I would wish that you would vote it down. Thank you.
Okay. So our time has expired. We're going to reduce this now to 2 minutes. So with that, come on down.
Hi, my name is Molly Cooper. I live in Dolores, and I do that highway, 3 times a week to get my groceries and whatnot. I'm a mother of 3. I really love the rural aspect of this community. I've grown to love it. I'm going to mimic a lot of people. There's a conflict of interest with one of his new evidence in terms of the appraisal. A quick Google search says there's no clear evidence one way or the other. I'd ask you guys, do you want that in your backyard? Probably not. So let's just keep that in mind when voting. Because if we do this for this property, what is it going to look like for future properties? And I just so that's a conflict of interest. There are the pictures he showed. There's houses all around where he wants to put the Dollar General. So I think, and my last piece is, just because this room isn't packed doesn't mean that the public opinion has changed. And you guys have been voted in by the community, and you represent us, and you speak for us, and you vote for us. So I just think the community has said that they don't want a Dollar General, and that should be enough. Thank you.
Next.
Hi, I'm just going to reiterate what we've heard before.
Name and address, please.
My name is Carolyn Landis, and I live at 15124 County Road 28, and I've been kind of involved in watching this happen over the last few years. And I just want to say one thing, and then give somebody else my other minute. Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Okay, next.
My name is Paul Copes. I live at 27555 Road N, and I have just
real quick, 2 points. One is have a real problem with the false equivalencies of things like the south side of as Elf Creek and comparing this property to that because it's not the same. The other big issue for me is that in the county code, it talks about rural character, and I know that's very subjective ideal. And I think they put it in there for that specific reason. It gives you, as commissioners, the right to make subjective decisions that don't have to do necessarily with the letter of the law, the right of the law. We have an issue here about local control. And I think that you have to understand that the public does have a voice, should have a voice in what their community looks like and is like. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Okay. So, first of all, let me tell you, I'm from California.
Name and address, please.
Oh, 27098 Road N. I live directly next door to him. Directly next door. So, we see a lot of things that go on this road. How many of you guys have had your mailboxes knocked off the whatever? How many of you people have had cars in your ditches because they come off the road? How many of you people have had people knock on your door 9 o'clock at night and want you to help them? Have you? I don't think so.
Directed.
Directed to us.
Yeah, you're talking to us right now.
Us.
Okay.
Us.
I'm forgetting. Forgive me. Anyway, I just want to say, there's a lot we moved here because of the area. It's a beautiful area. We have animals, deer, geese, present their babies to us, walk them in a line. There's so many things that go on, and if you build a building and put asphalt, it's going to take that away. I have a neighbor that has a driveway off of 145. How many times do you think they might have got rear-ended by somebody wanting to turn? I can't imagine what's going to happen there. And you said the big accident. There was a big accident. They brought the jaws of life in. So there are things that have gone on. In that short span of time, there were 3 accidents, one that we all know about. So I want you to consider that this is not the place for that. Maybe for something else. I mean, you're talking a town that has no shoe stores, no clothing stores, nothing for the children. But you want to put in another dollar store. Come on. That's just ridiculous. I mean, how many of us actually shop at dollar stores, would buy the food at a dollar store?
Thank you for your comment, ma'am. Your time is up.
You have a good day. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Sheila Wheeler. I live on Hillside in Dolores. Dollar General is to close 96 stores in 2025, only to open 725 new ones, all in new locations. I want to know who retains the ownership of all those properties across the country. When these stores close. And
Just get real close to it.
Oh, there we go. And it's my understanding that the dollar store is affiliated with Goldman Sachs, if that makes any difference. And I believe that but it isn't. It's very finicky.
We'll switch mics.
Compromising Dolores from making revenue. Travelers off of 160 and 145 would normally arrive in Dolores and make use of our own Family Dollar or the Dolores Food Market. Who in the county, and I want to know who in the county benefits Thank you. I want to know who in the county benefits from their revenues. Also, there may be LUC code standards, but in my opinion and observation, they do not meet the values or the standards of our rural area or citizens. The taxpayers have the right to determine who provides them with the health, safety, and well-being of their area. And you may meet the LUC code, but not the rural one. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Okay. Seeing no public comment, no further public comment, I'll close the public comment section of this hearing. And I will allow you, Mr. Kinsey, if you would like to respond to any of those. You do have that opportunity at this point in time.
Thank you very much. I'd like to just go through the notes here if I could. You know, a lot of people said some things about the appraiser and conflicts of interest. The appraiser was picked by the bank so that they would get the appraisal they wanted. I used him for the opinion since he'd already done the research to appraise the building on this property to give an opinion on whether or not building this project would hurt the property values next door. I've talked to other appraisers. You guys can, you know, get your own, I guess. I'd be all for a third-party appraiser appraising this property, because I can tell you right now that Vic is way under the mark at $1.8 million. I just know what the market is doing with them right now. So if you go get another one, that'd be great. Maybe I can convince the bank to use it. We didn't pick him because he'd be partial. I was hoping that maybe he'd be impartial. It's my understanding, one of you guys can help. He sits on the board of adjustments or one of the Montezuma boards over here. He's actually part of the Montezuma county organization. I asked him to make sure he made sure everybody was aware of that, but he forgot, obviously. You know, there's a comment about the manager down south saying there's 250 cars per day. I know a lot of these managers, there's not one that could tell you how many cars come in the parking lot. They don't put counters down. They could give you a good idea how many people came to the register and bought something. And I think that's probably a more relevant count there. You know, the comments about the accidents and about the traffic study, I would just encourage everybody just to read the traffic study. They were very thorough. They did what they're supposed to do. They serve these things up to governmental entities, to big organizations. This is what they do, and just read it. Comments about the seasonality of traffic. I don't remember exactly when it was done, but I do know that Durango did this to us. We had to spend tons of money on traffic studies, and at the end of the day, traffic study was what it was. I mean, we came back, we did it in the peak seasons. The real key is the peak hour trips into the store, and that's what dictates kind of the results of the traffic. Whether that traffic intersection would I don't know the right word, but whether it would succumb to the additional tourist traffic that comes in the summertime, I don't know. I know there's a lot of tourist traffic in the winter going to Telluride, a lot of traffic going up there in the summer. I wouldn't be afraid of a different count at a different time. The dark sky comment, you know, we've built these in Flagstaff. That's where Lowell Observatory is, and I don't think I've ever run into any more difficult dark sky standards than they have. If you guys decide that's a county comment. I mean, it's a comment to you guys. If you want to impose dark sky lighting, we can meet it. We can do what we have to do. Right now, we've tried to address, the light spillage off of the site. But if there's a night sky issue, we can address that too. One lady somehow connected the ABCs to the rural character issue. Rural character wasn't part of the ABCs I mentioned. The ABCs were the things that you had to look at in terms of deciding on whether to approve a use or not. rural character was not one of them. Somebody said something about an ugly building. Thought we addressed that. I agree, the one on the south side's ugly, but that's not what we're proposing to build. Nobody's really wanted to sit down and talk to us about what we make it look like, but I'd like it to look really good too. And I'm happy to meet with the board or whoever you would choose that we meet with. Somebody made a comment about all the professionals being from out of state. I don't think that matters as much as credentials. Do you? Whether they're qualified to render an opinion? Just because a lawyer's from out of state or a consultant's from out of state doesn't mean that they're not good at what they do. Something about capitalism there, but I do admit it. I confess I'm guilty. I am a capitalist. I believe in that. And I believe that's why there are governments and codes like this, is to regulate use. But we came forward with a proposed use that meets the requirements set down by this county. By you guys, not you guys personally, but by the county commissioners. And someone said, you got to stand up for us. Well, you got to stand up for us too. I'm a person here too, just like everybody else. So I would like to take 1 minute. There's a group of people here, and I don't mean this in an ugly way, but they're trying to tell me that I can't do something with my land that I legally have the right to do. How many came to the podium, do you know? How many came? 10 people? We've got 10 people come to this podium. How many people in the county? 26,000? You guys?
Closer to 27,000.
27,000.
The last census showed 26,200.
That's 0.0003, so that's 0.03% of the population of this county. Now, they have the right to speak what their mind. They have the right to try to control what I do. If they have the ability or the right to do that, they should be. I don't believe they have the right. They have the right to speak their mind and put up their objections, but the code's pretty clear here on what should be granted. If the people really don't like Dollar General as much as they seem to, they shouldn't shop there. Shouldn't go there. We're talking about 10 people out of 26,000. I've had a lot of people in the county tell me they'd love to see it there. They'd love to go there instead of having to drive all the way to Walmart. It's just that people that are for projects like this, and I've done this a lot, they never come out to these things to speak in favor. Not unless you go twist their arm and try to bribe them, and I'm not going to do that. But there are people out there that think this is a great idea, and there were people that wrote that up before the previous meeting. They all live in the county, I think. Anyway, somebody said, something about buying shoes. I mean, that meant they'd be agreeable to a shoe store there. They'd be agreeable to maybe a convenience store there. In that statement alone, they're saying that they're agreeable to a retail use. That's what's really in question here, is the use, not the tenant. I think that's illegal to base a decision on who the tenant is. I'm sure Dollar General would love to get an idea here about that. 75, 750. Somebody talking about the stores close 75. That's a lot for them to close, actually. 750 next year. That's a low number for them. They were running at 1,000 a year clip for quite a few years. I think they've got 15,000. No, they'll have 20,000 stores. I think before the end of next year. And, they make a lot of money. This is a multi-billion-dollar company, and if they didn't know what they were doing, they wouldn't be succeeding. And if they didn't know what they were doing, they wouldn't have signed a lease with me to build a store there. So, but I would suggest if people don't like Dollar General, not to shop there. I will tell you this, I have this experience. Once it's open, the people that were fighting me the hardest were the first ones in the door, usually. So I hope that that's not the case here, that these people will stand by what they say and just maybe shop somewhere else. I'm not trying to be ugly about it. I'm just saying if you don't like Dollar Generals, don't shop at a Dollar General. I'm also hearing, I guess in some of the use, if I'd come in with a builder supply submission, I mean, based on the comments I've heard, would I have gotten the same kind of reaction or response? I mean, that's a commercial, that's a use by right, it's commercial retail use. I'm not sure what the reaction would have been, but here, as in the Facebook, as in the meetings before, every comment had to do with it being a Dollar General store. And the safety issues, I mean, we did our best. These guys are the best you can hire, I think. Kimley Horn's a big organization, tons of engineers with tons of experience, and they did I think a top-notch job on the traffic study. And if there are accidents there, nobody's talking about driver error, reckless drivers. Accidents happen, but if everybody did what they're supposed to do at that intersection, people are saying they live close to it. Nobody lives closer than me. If people were approaching that intersection and doing the turns like they should be, there wouldn't be any accidents. If the speed limit were a little lower, probabilities would probably be a little lower. But that's the best, you know, of all the intersections in Montezuma County, or at least around Cortez, there's not a commercial intersection that's better. You can look at the ones down by, I take that back. If there's a traffic light like at Love's and there at the other dollar store, that's a better intersection. But it doesn't have the lanes that this one has. But the traffic light mitigates that. A non-signalized intersection, this is the best one for commercial development in the county. It's one of the things that caught my eye. And the fact that there was a piece of property there that was already zoned, had been approved by the Board of County Commissioners, zoned properly, sat in an area that the Board of County Commissioners said they wanted commercial development, seemed like a pretty safe bet to go ahead and buy the land. Turns out it might not have been, but we based our decision based on the decisions made by the county, and we'll just have to see how the decisions turn out. And I think that's pretty much it. Yeah. Amen.
Mr. Kinsey, if you don't mind, I just had a couple of things on this as well to address specific questions from members of the public, because I heard a couple as I was taking notes here.
Are you done, Mr. Kinsey? We'll let Andy.
Yeah.
Mr. Peters?
I've not hit all of them, but I've hit enough of them. Somebody said that they were glad I should. Let's let Andy speak. Yeah.
Yeah, so just a couple things on this as well. I will note that I'm a Colorado resident. As it happens, I also teach land use planning to lawyers at the University of Denver. I do this because I like it. But one of the nice things about the law is that, you know, we have to be dispassionate about what the law is, and a number of the sort of comments and the concerns here, again, strike me, as I was saying initially, as to concerns with the legislative choices the county made quite a while ago as to where commercial use should go, where growth should be directed. And the law is a backstop on that because it is what is authorized today. Those impacts were considered in adopting the commercial and industrial overlay. So the ability to rely on and implement the law is important here in terms of property owners' expectations. And it would be exactly the opposite if the county were authorizing something totally unintended or not considered outside a commercial and industrial overlay. I mean, there would be no basis whatsoever to do something like that. But we do have to proceed with the law as it stands today. And on that point, one of the commenters had asked a question about whether, you know, if Dollar General wanted to add a gas station to this site, would it require an additional approval? And I can tell you this is what the law says, your county attorney can tell you too. And the answer is yes, you would need an additional approval to do that. That is not authorized under the retail sales use that's being sought today. And it would require an additional approval to come back if there were going to be a change like that. We would have to comply with the law that you have to address that. Similarly, some folks have talked about the appraisal and the appraisal requirements. I'll note that the code authorizes the county in the case of a substantial project, and substantial projects are very, very significant ones as defined in the code. But in a substantial project, it allows the county to request an appraisal that one be completed. And the county hasn't asked for one at any point in this process, either the first time for the litigation or this time either. So the appropriate opportunity to do that would have been, at some point post-remand from the court, but the county hasn't made that determination that an appraisal is required here. Certainly we submitted one, but the county didn't request one on this. And as to that appraisal too, and the conflict of interest, Mr. Kinsey addressed this to some extent, but I'll also just note that I work on a number of projects, and I can tell you that the folks who are lending money to a project do not want a project to fail. It is in their interest to accurately assess whether property values, whether the property is going to hold its value, because the bank doesn't want to end up owning the property. So the bank has its own independent interest in determining whether that appraisal is accurate and whether the money they're lending is going to come back to them. And then there was a mention of a study, a Clemson University study. So that was a study I was mentioning to you earlier, and how I said the reporting on it was not in line with what the Clemson University study actually says. But that study, and again, I will quote it because I have it here in front of me, says that, let's see, the relationship between the number of small box discount retailers and median parcel value is rendered non-significant when a number of other store types and other control variables are included in the multivariate analysis. So in non-statistician terms, when you take into account other factors that could influence property values, there is no significant impact or no statistically significant impact from dollar stores on property values, meaning no different from random chance in property values. So there's just not a study that supports that conclusion, and we have the appraiser's determination as well. So ultimately, this is a question of code compliance, and we believe, again, that we have delivered a code-compliant retail sales use at this intersection, exactly as the code and the commercial industrial overlay envisions in this. I understand that there are concerns about the user, but it is axiomatic in land use law that the question is about the use, not the user. And this use satisfies the approval criteria. So for those reasons and the reasons presented earlier in Mr. Kenzie's presentation, we respectfully request that you approve this high impact permit application.
All right, thank you. Anybody else, Vic or Mary? Do you have anything to add?
I'm guessing that they went back and went to work. That's the reason I asked them to speak early, so I'm pretty sure they're not on.
All right. Well, then I'm going to look to my attorney. So we have established the due process for the response. That has been accomplished today. Is that correct?
I believe so. I think at this point, the applicants had another opportunity to address that. We've given the public that opportunity, and now the applicant an opportunity to address any new comments from the public. So at this point, I think the decision's back before the board. Right. So the board, now has quite a bit of evidence in front of it across 3 dates, including today. And ultimately, the board, your task is to apply the land use code to this application. There's been a lot of talk about the rural character and how that relates to the decision criteria, so I just wanted to weigh in on that too, for the board's benefit. The rural character is one of the primary objectives of the code, and so how I understand that is that it informs how the rest of the code is laid out. It's why there are the zoning systems and then this high impact permit system. And that's also why the threshold standards apply to certain applications for certain uses that exceed uses by right, so that the board has an opportunity to receive additional information about potential uses potential impacts, related to that use. And so that's the type of application that's before us today. The traffic triggered this high impact review process, and the applicants provided more evidence about the different potential uses. And ultimately, it's up to the commissioners to weigh the evidence that's before the board and then make a decision based on the findings of fact and decision criteria in the land use code at 2202.8. And I'll just run through those again for the board's benefit. So the board shall render a decision on the proposed use based on the following. A, the proposed use is in conformity with the code. B, the proposed use shall not generate any significant adverse impacts on other property in the area and is consistent with this code. And C, public utilities and services are available or can be made available to support uses consistent with the proposed zoning. Further, if the applicant fails to meet the decision criteria, the permit shall either be approved with conditions ensuring compliance with the decision criteria, or it shall be denied. So that's really the framework for the basis of your decision, weighing the evidence that you've heard across these 3 hearings. Any questions about any of that?
I have none. Commissioner?
I guess I just have a question. We just got presented all this material, just like what happened at the last meeting. They went to court, and the court said we had to establish this meeting in order to give them time to comment on what was presented at that last meeting. What's the difference now?
I don't think there is.
All these other people that are out here haven't had a chance to look at all this that they just gave us. Are we going to give them that same chance? That's basically what the court said.
I think that we can, and if I may, I was going to say, because obviously we haven't had the chance to look at it either. And just like last time, we continued it for another week to give us the opportunity. I mean, we can't, you saw what was handed to us. We can't go through that sitting up here listening to the comments. So I think it would be fair to say that we could continue this, I think, Commissioners, what you're saying, in all due process, to make sure that we don't get this given back to us again by the courts. Give the time. Once it's public, it's been made public today, it will be on the record, it is able to be viewed by the public and ourselves. We can continue this for another week. I guess that's where I'm at.
So, yeah, so on that issue, Commissioners, I think there's kind of a bigger process issue lurking in the background about how we run these hearings in a fair way so that both the applicant and the public get the benefit of seeing, the information that's being presented to the board, and the board also has the opportunity to prepare. So I think we just need to be really clear about, because if we continue the hearing, like at this point, the board has kind of accepted these submittals during the process of this hearing, which is what we've done at the prior hearing as well. And some of the purpose of the hearing was to offer new evidence, but we do need to oversee a fair process. And so I think we just need to be really clear, if the board is going to continue the hearing, that to review those submittals as it relates to this due process concern, that the public also should have the right to look at that. Then what we would need to do is come back, have another opportunity for public comment specifically on what was submitted today, and then the applicant would have another opportunity. But we would need to be clear up front that there will be no more submittals that are submitted during the hearing. I think that's the specific due process concern we keep stepping in, so to speak.
Okay. All right, gentlemen, which way do you want to go?
So if I may, just from the applicant's perspective,
why don't you interrupt?
on this, since it seems like it may be a question for whether the applicant is, also comfortable with moving forward on it.
This is back to the board. I hate to cut you off, but we're discussing this.
Commissioner,
okay.
If we are continuing the hearing, I think it would be premature for the board to discuss or make a decision today. We've identified this due process concern. Basically, I think you've prompted this continuance on that basis, and then after hearing additional comment on the submittals today, it would be appropriate to have discussion and make a decision.
After today, so that would give us time, okay. I think I got it. Which way do you guys want to go? Obviously, there's a lot to be looked at.
Right, so I'm advising the board not to have like a substantive deliberation prior to closing evidence, essentially. So right now, you're saying there's a due process issue about the submittals that were received today by the applicant. You want that to be available to the public. In that posture, I think the public and the applicant need an opportunity to address those submittals. And then I think evidence is closed, the board deliberates, and issues a written decision.
Okay. I would so move we continue this public hearing to July 1, and I think Jane has gone to get us a time.
I will note that I am not here July 1.
Okay.
So could we do the following week?
July 8th.
Okay. Amend that to July 8th.
We're gonna have to get a time. We have 3 other
Okay.
items scheduled. Can you check July 8th?
Pardon?
July
Check the
8th.
calendar on July 8th. I think it'll be like at 9:20, 9:30.
We'll be at 9:30.
Okay. 9:30 a.m., July the 8th. This is for us to review the newly presented material, and also it should be made available to the public to review, and at that time, we will take comments just on this new material only. There will be no new evidence heard at that point in time.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to continue this public hearing for Leaf Properties Incorporated until July 8th at 9:30 a.m., which at that point in time, there will be no new submittals, and it will be comments due to the submittals that have been submitted today. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we'll see you at July 8th. Thank you. And with that, we are going to recess for an hour and a half. We do have another public hearing right after this, so we will be back at 13:30 hours, to continue this day. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are back into the regular session of the BOCC meeting for June 24th. But we have a public hearing scheduled, and we'll start that in a minute. But first of all, I wanted to address something that's come to our attention. We've all been getting several phone calls the last 24 hours, and it's in regards to this handout that have been being put into people's mailboxes, and it refers to the Transportation Master Plan for the City of Cortez. And there's a meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, June 25th, between 5 and 7 p.m. That's just to address their Transportation Master Plan. But my point I'm trying to address here is that this is illegal to put things into people's mailboxes. Do not do that. These are just hand-rolled pieces of paper stuck in people's mailboxes, and then we're getting significant amount of calls trying to figure out what is going on. So we do not appreciate it, or I do not appreciate it. I'll let the other two speak for themselves, but this is highly illegal. And with that, Jane, I'd like for you to read that statute of how that
Yes.
refers.
This is per the U.S. Postal Service regulations. Mailboxes are considered federal property and are regulated by the U.S. Postal Service. It is illegal to place flyers directly into mailboxes without proper postage and authorization from the U.S. Postal Service. This is considered a federal offense, as mailboxes are intended for official U.S. Postal Service mail only. Unsolicited placement of flyers into mailboxes can result in fines up to $10,000. If you want to place flyers or anything else into somebody's mailbox, make sure that you contact your local post office for their compliance regulations. So anything without a postal stamp on it in somebody's mailbox is highly illegal, and it's a federal offense.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to make that point. Right now, at this point in time, the county has no conversations, but that master plan is something that they discuss quite often. Again, if you want to go hear something, just go to the meeting and see what's being presented, but please stop putting paraphernalia into people's mailboxes. It's illegal. With that, we're going to proceed. This being the time set aside for a public hearing for an application submitted by Ellis Lewis. Would you call the roll, please, Danielle?
Commissioner Candelaria?
Here.
Commissioner Lindsay?
Here.
Commissioner Copenhaver?
Here.
Attorney Tarnowski?
Here.
Danielle Wells, Deputy Clerk. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review and determination regarding a proposed 4-lot moderate subdivision and rezoning application submitted by Ellis Lewis on property located at 14171 Road 36.75, Mancos, Colorado, consisting of 39.66 acres, more or less, located south and west of Highway 184, situated in Section 34, Township 37N, Range 14W, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Tuesday, June 24th, 2025 at 9:10 a.m. in the Commissioners' Hearing Room, Montezuma County Administrative Offices, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online service at co-montezuma-co.smartgovcommunity.com/public/home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. Dated this 28th day of May, 2025. Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado. Published in the Journal on Wednesday, June 11th, 2025.
All right, thank you, Danielle. Mr. Lewis, if you'd like to come on down. Okay. Sherry Jane or Dawn, I guess I'll ask either one of you or both of you would you like to give an overview on this?
Sure. Excuse me. So Mr. Lewis is proposing to subdivide his 40 acres up by Summit Lake. He's proposing to do a 4-lot subdivision. There's currently 4 houses on the property. So he would subdivide lot 1 with 2 houses, lot 2 with 1, lot 3 with 1, and lot 4 is currently vacant. As far as what's new information is, it has been determined by the county court that Road P1 accessing the east road adjacent to his property is a private road, and the Court of Appeals upheld that decision. So Road P1 is not to be used as an access other than to the residents that live on that road. We also have a letter from CDOT on their response to the agency notices. It reads that on 12/7/22, CDOT received an access permit application from Mr. Ellis Lewis Revocable Trust for an additional two single-family homes on parcel blah, blah, blah. As part of the application process, a turning movement traffic count report dated 2/3/23 conducted by PST Engineering LLC was submitted to CDOT that shows the existing traffic at State Highway 184 and County Road 37 intersection already warrants the need for a left turn deceleration lane without this additional development. On 3/26/25, CDOT received a development referral review request from Montezuma County regarding proposed 4-lot moderate subdivision and rezoning application submitted by Mr. Lewis. Based on the information provided to CDOT from 2022 access permit application, CDOT stance regarding the warranted safety improvements at the intersection of the Highway 184 and County Road 37 remains the same. Montezuma County has authority over land use, so the decision on the proposed land use ultimately the county's decision. It is also Montezuma County's responsibility to ensure that all the required safety improvements are in place prior to additional land use approvals. Therefore, it is CDOT's recommendation that the safety improvements be in place prior to any additional land use approvals for the benefit of Montezuma County residents. This letter serves as CDOT's notification to Montezuma County the existing development at the intersection of State Highway 184 and County Road 37 warrants auxiliary lanes, and no further land use approvals should be issued by Montezuma County without the addition of the warranted safety improvements. Please reach out with any questions. Jennifer Allison, Region 5 Traffic Engineer.
Okay. So this is not the first time this has been in front of us, and I think it was discussed at that point in time that specifically the P1, P2, and P3 roads were only 30-foot easements, and they were not 60-foot right-of-ways, therefore not allowing any other development to go on there, along with CDOT's criteria for the AC/DC lanes off of 184. So I guess what's different with this application that, or what am I not seeing here that wasn't presented the first time?
It is the same application on the same property.
And I guess, Commissioners, I would chime in here just in terms of how we're postured today. You know, while this application or a similar application may have been before the board at a previous point in time, I would like to remind the board that, you know, this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, this is a public hearing, and so ultimately the board needs to make a decision based on the evidence that's presented in the context of today's hearing. It's a standalone proceeding in that capacity.
Okay. Mr. Lewis, you have the opportunity to present to the board.
Okay, my first question to you.
Pull it as close as you can get it, because people are having a hard time hearing.
My first question to you is, have you received any correspondence or communications relative to this application, which you have not disclosed to me?
No, I can
Okay.
tell you no. We've seen the application in our packet that gets sent out on Fridays.
Uh-huh. Okay, the reason that this question comes to mind is this dead. Thank you. Is because I came before this body in December of
Pull it as close to you. There you go.
December of 23, and where you, Mr. Candelaria, made a demand that I prove that I had a right to use the road. And I was very surprised when I looked at the public record to find this correspondence, 2 pages, single-spaced, from Mr. Boswell, which includes some false statements. Now, we had the proceeding, and I think that any reasonable person would believe that I was entitled to knowledge of this document that you considered. Obviously, you considered it because it's in the public record as an attachment to the minutes. So that's difficult for me. That raises that question.
Anything in the public records is open to anybody.
I'm
Anybody
sorry?
can, anything in the public records is open to anybody.
Yes.
Anybody can access that or request it.
What I'm saying is we met together like we're meeting today, and this document was dated November the 30th, which preceded the proceedings.
Yeah.
They are. So we don't, just because we get documentations that come to us, don't mean that we review them or look at them, because it is a quasi-judicial body. We look at them when they're presented. When it's issued in the record, we can then look at it. So just because it was dated, it could be dated 2 years ago, doesn't mean that we're looking at it until the day.
I'm not
of the hearing.
suggesting that you're looking
Yeah,
at it
so-
today. I think it's unrefutable that you received this document and that you considered this document. What I'm saying to you is you had a responsibility at that time to disclose the document to me and provide an opportunity for my review of it. You didn't
Okay.
do that. I think that's fundamentally wrong.
The application
Let me jump
before
in
us
here.
is from
Please, Don,
February.
please. I'm heading in that same direction. Mr. Lewis, you asked a reasonable question. The board answered the question. We're not here to litigate what happened with the 2023 application or any other application. You have submitted an application for the board to consider today to subdivide your property. And that's what's before the board.
Uh-huh.
And I think the board is asking that your comments today be directed towards the current application for subdivision of your property.
Okay, I appreciate your comments and the fact that you spent 20 minutes while I'm sitting on the side of the road trying to convince me that I was prohibited from raising the history of this situation. Now, the very fact that the...
And just for the record, I would dispute that characterization of our conversation, but go ahead.
How would you characterize it, please?
So I'm going to focus this back to what this hearing is for. And this hearing is, what's in front of us is a 4-lot subdivision. Does it meet the code or does it not meet the code? That's all we're focused on right now. So please continue with your comments for this, and then we'll open this up.
Okay. So I refer you to the minutes. I trust that you're trying to limit this proceeding to that which took place before planning and zoning on April the 10th. Is that what you're saying to me?
I am not limiting anything. I'm saying I'm going to redirect the focus to this application.
Yes, absolutely.
That's all.
Okay, and as you've noted, it's the same application. Now, why am I here? The only reason I am here is because Mr. Haley made a charge against me that I'm in violation of the land use code. Will you acknowledge that, accept that?
I believe you are in violation of the land use code.
Okay. I say to you, gentlemen, I am not now, nor I have ever been, in violation of the land use code. Now,
So, Mr. Lewis, let me explain the land use code to you. This property, without it being subdivided, has multiple houses on it. The land use code states that you can have a house and an ADU, an auxiliary dwelling unit. Okay? That's 2 houses per the lot. I don't care if it's a 3-acre lot, a 9-acre lot, a 10-acre lot. You have, without the way this is depicted here, how many houses do you have on this piece of property right now?
there are 4 houses on this
Okay,
property,
so-
and,
No-
please.
No, I'm going to finish, and then you can go.
Okay.
So, you are in violation. It states 2. You have 4. That's a violation. A violation. Will you acknowledge that?
I do not acknowledge that, and the
Okay.
reason I do not
right.
acknowledge that
Go on.
is because the 4th house was constructed in 1993. This land use code was not adopted until 1998.
I
The land
understand
use
that.
code expressly excludes from the requirements of the code the houses that were in place prior to the adoption of the code. So that claim is false on its face.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, now, and I would remind you of this. Looking at planning and zoning, the minutes from March 11, 2021. Quote, due to noncompliance with the county land use code, Mr. Lewis was notified by the planning department that he would need to either develop a subdivision or a planned unit development in order to be compliant. So it's clear that that demand was made, even though we know that the land use code expressly excludes from those provisions houses that were there when the code was adopted. That's not an open question. I was not in violation of the code. It's 40 acres. The 4 houses have been, some of them back from the 50s, I believe. So those houses were all in place and they are all grandfathered.
Mr. Lewis, we gave you an approval on this subdivision back, I don't know when the date was, to bring you into compliance with the land use code. You cannot proceed with further development because, one, you don't have a 60-foot right-of-way on P.1, I believe is what it is, or P.3. Therefore, you cannot put any more development there, and you can't do it because of 184 and the county road are already at capacity. So
okay.
we gave you the approval for this subdivision, and I guess apparently that was never completed, or why is this back in front of us again?
It's back in front of us because I've been subject to civil and criminal penalties for 5 years. And to resolve this, I must have a subdivision. Now, keep in mind that twice this matter came before planning and zoning.
We don't
Twice,
watch planning and zoning.
Twice it came before planning and zoning. They recommended approval of the subdivision. They found that the 3 critical standards that were met. Additionally, I came before this very body, and the county commission approved the subdivision. They found that it met the standards. Now, what you did do, which was a violation of the land use code, it's a violation of Colorado law, it's a violation of the rulings of the United States Supreme Court. You made illegal demands. The worst of it is you demanded basically you demanded I create a left turn lane out on the highway. Now, the land use code expressly states that when those public agencies are notified, they must respond within 21 days. Quote, failure to respond within 21 days shall be deemed approval. So, CDOT, by virtue of their failure to respond, approved a high-impact subdivision on my property. Now, your demand that I create a left turn lane, a multi-million-dollar project a mile away on the highway is a violation of the law. Furthermore, if you read sections 1, 2, 3, A, B, C, section D expressly states the only conditions.
So, Mr. Lewis, I'm going to stop you right there.
The only conditions are those which.
If you want to get into a civil matter that you want to discuss this with the attorneys in a courtroom, you may do so. You may file a suit. What's in front of us right now today is this application for a subdivision. That's what we're talking about. I'm not an attorney. That'll go to our attorney, and you can talk all the civil matters you want inside of a courtroom. So again, the subdivision was approved to bring you into compliance. However, you are not going to be compliant to move forward to add additional traffic on the road. That's all I need you to understand. P.3 is not big enough. It does not meet the criteria. It is not a 60-foot right-of-way. It's not big enough. It's 30 feet.
Which is not 30 feet?
I said it's 30 feet, not 60 feet.
What?
So therefore, P3, Don?
P3.
P3. You can't add that traffic on there. So, gentlemen, I think, I'm not going to get into this as far as an argument for court. That's really up to the attorney. So what's in front of us is just this application for a 4-lot subdivision.
Okay, the fact is that I met with Mr. Haley's predecessor, Leanne Milligan, on 2 occasions. I met with her when I built the first house after the fire. She approved that house. She approved that house in that location. You approved
We're
that.
not.
Stop.
We're not
Let me
looking
speak.
at
You approved
what's
that.
in front of
Mr.
us.
Lewis,
And I'll tell you what,
listen.
if you scream at me one more time, I will have you thrown out of this room. So sit down and speak with, you can speak with passion, but speak respectfully. I guess I'm going to ask a question. What was planning and zoning's recommendation on this?
They were unanimous to recommend it for denial. Reason being, 1, the threshold standards 1201.2. Standards is designed to ensure the development does not cause significant adverse impacts on other properties in the area. And a significant adverse impact shall be any impact that creates an increased risk to the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of the county. Also, 5101.2, which states subdivision policies to avoid subdivisions that result in unacceptable or unsafe traffic, noise, or dust levels on county roads, to guide development so as to provide adequate public facilities without undue cost to the taxpayers of Montezuma County, to avoid development in areas that are unsafe or unsuitable due to natural hazards such as flooding, wildfire, unstable soils, or due to the unfeasibility of providing basic services such as adequate road access, etc.
Okay, so I'm going to let you respond to the denials, which is what we're responding to today. So with those just being read, I will let you respond to those, please.
Please, say it again. I'm a little hard of hearing. Sometimes I miss things.
Go ahead, give him the first one.
So 1201.2 threshold standards. These standards are designed to ensure the development does not cause significant adverse impacts on the property in the area or conflict with applicable provisions of the code. Impact shall be any impact that creates an increased risk to the health, safety, or welfare of the citizens of the county.
Okay.
You want the next one too? Okay.
Okay, let me see.
5101.2
Hold on,
subdivision
Don.
policies.
Hold on. Let him respond to that one. You've got 4 to respond to. So respond to that one, Mr. Lewis.
And the response was you're talking about the roads? What is it you're talking about there? Are you talking about the number of houses? You're talking about the threshold standards.
Mm-hmm.
The land use code expressly excludes my property from the threshold standards, the basis upon which this man falsely claimed I was in violation.
Okay,
Now,
we're going to go ahead and, let me
moving-
resolve this issue from the start. If you go to the land use code, 9103.4, if a building is damaged to less than 50% of market value, or if a damaged building was devoted solely to a single-family use, such building may be restored to the same non-conforming use as existed before such damage, as long as the non-conforming use is not enlarged or extended. So if you go to the map, from our GIS map from 2010, this is the one house that burned, and here's the other one that burned. So if you take off and go to the imagery, currently twice as big where it resides, where it existed before, thereby not grandfathered in, putting him in violation.
Okay, I'll respond to that. Number one, he's repeatedly stated on the record that the replacement house was twice as large as the house that was there. No, that's not true.
What's the size of the house?
The house is 700, it's less than 800 square feet.
What was the size that existed prior?
It was approximately 800 square feet. The reason we built the house in that size is because it was insured with State Farm. And my understanding from State Farm was that I had to build a house the same size. Now, that house is not significantly larger than the house that was there. To the best of our ability, we built it on the very same square footage.
Okay, so let's go down to the middle house if we want to compare another one.
Wait. Let's talk about
And so if you take a look at it, twice as big,
So we're going to
half the
keep,
size.
we're going to keep this thing moving on. So you can respond to the first criteria, then we're going to go to the others, and then I'm going to open this up for public hearing.
Oh.
This is not a courtroom, and this is not a civil matter at this point in time. If you would like to file a civil matter, you are welcome to do that.
I don't want to file a civil matter. I don't want to subject myself to your kangaroo courts. But let me say this. I hope we can agree that this proceeding and you folks are subject to 3 bodies of law.
Correct.
First of all, you're subject to the Land Use Code, which Mr. Haley has been quoting and alleging that I'm in violation, which I am not. Secondly, you are subject to the laws of the state of Colorado. Thirdly, you are subject to the rulings of the United States Supreme Court. Now, right now, I want to address Colorado law, which is directly on point for what you're doing right here.
Mr. Lewis, I have an attorney that sits up here with us that keeps us in compliance with the Colorado law.
Say again?
I said, we have an attorney that sits with us that keeps us in compliance with the Colorado law.
Okay, so let's talk
again,
about
this is not a civil matter. This is a simple subdivision that's
Sir.
presented in front of us.
Article 41 of the statutes of the state of Colorado. Colorado Revised Statutes, Section 38, 41, 119. No action shall be commenced or maintained to enforce the terms of any building restriction concerning real property or to compel the removal of any building or improvement on land because of the violation of any terms of any building restriction, unless said action is commenced within 1 year from the date of the violation for which said action is sought to be brought and maintained. Now, your complaint is 9 years old. 9 years.
Mr. Lewis, do you mind if I interject? I want to try to bring this back to the question that's before the board today, right? This decision the board is making today, it's not about whether or not you're in violation of the land use code. It's about should your property be subdivided pursuant to your application. And the criteria that the board is going to weigh today is in the land use code at 3204.4, findings of fact and decision criteria. And those are, is the proposed use in conformity with the code, number one. Number two, the proposed use shall not generate any adverse impacts on other property in the area. And number three, are public utilities and services available, or can they be made available to support the uses consistent with the proposed zoning? So that's the scope of what's before the board today. To the extent you disagree with that, you can take that somewhere else.
I say to you that planning and zoning and the county commission have found that those criteria are all met, every one. Every one. So that's not an issue that's even relative to be discussing here. Now,
That's what your application is asking the board to decide.
and if you read the land use code, after sections A, B, and C, those three items that we just mentioned, what is the fourth? Section D. The only conditions that you can put on a piece of real estate on an application like this are those that address those three issues. Now,
Sir, do you meet the criteria of a 60-foot right-of-way to develop that piece of property?
Okay.
That's a simple question, yes or no?
in the words of...
Yes or no?
In the words of...
Yes
and
or
the
no?
words,
You do not meet the criteria.
You,
So,
sir, I try to
that's the
divert the issue here.
criteria.
The question
That
is this.
the issue.
Stop! Let me
No,
speak.
you stop, and do not scream again. You do not meet the criteria of the code. You do not have a 60-foot right-of-way. You are trying to subdivide this.
Oh, okay.
It's very simple.
In the words of the...
You can go to court.
The county attorney has stated
I'm gonna move this
unequivocally...
forward, Mr. Lewis. I'm gonna move this forward.
Stop, let
No,
me
you
speak.
stop.
Don't try to run over me.
I am going to move this forward. We're going to go to public comment of this application. This has been in front of us.
No.
Today, we have asked the questions today.
What kind of...
Sit down, please. Sit down, please.
There's
You
nothing
have
in the
not
law says I have to
answered
sit
any
down.
of the four questions
I
that
say,
we've asked.
I say this, you are violating the land use code, you're violating Colorado law, you're violating the rulings of the United States Supreme Court. What kind of an organization are you running here?
Mr. Lewis,
So, commissioners, please let me jump in here.
Are you a lawyer? Have you got a legal degree?
I don't have to have a legal degree. The law is
If
written.
you're going to quote it like that, you better have one.
Commissioners, so our duty here today is to preside over a fair process.
Right.
And so Mr. Lewis does have an opportunity to put on his case for why his subdivision application should be approved. And
He seems to refuse to do that.
We're asking the four questions to present the criteria on the denial, and that's all I'm asking, and we're not getting to that point. So without that, I'm going to move it to public comment, if there is any or if there is not, and then we will come back for a decision based on it.
No better than this.
So
Now, the county attorney expressly addressed this issue of the roads.
well, then
Out of his own words.
I will let the county attorney address
Okay,
the
and
condition of the
And the
road.
law is the law.
Back
is
to the
that 20 years.
so
If a road has been in use for 20 years, it's a public right-of-way, and I have a right to use it. Now, secondly, this
We're not
application, this
denying your
application
right to use
provides
the
for
road.
a 60-foot right-of-way on the only property that I have any right to do anything on, and that is 36.75. There's an existing 30-foot easement, not in use, and this application provides an additional 30 feet, which satisfies the 60-foot right-of-way. And the words of Mr. of the county, Rob Eberhardt, if you read what he wrote, number one, the county has no jurisdiction over private roads. Secondly, he expressly stated that for my subdivision, what I needed to do, if it was going to be a green sign road, then it requires 60 foot and some other standards. If it's his direction to me was build your road like the other roads and give it a red sign. I'm good to go, based upon the man with authority that I was referred to by the planning department. So this is not an issue, and this nonsense about the highway out there is absurd. Because the law is explicit, Colorado law and the United States Supreme Court rulings are clear. It's a two-pronged test. Now, the test is this. Number one, you must show a nexus, a relationship, a direct relationship between the impact of what I'm proposing and what you're demanding. Secondly, it must be proportional. In other words, you can't demand that I build a 60-foot road a half a mile out to the state highway. Or in this case, it's a mile from my property to Highway 184. There's no way in the world that's going to ever be proportional. You cannot meet that requirement. You cannot make those demands. Furthermore, the United States Supreme Court says the burden of proof to meet that two-pronged test is upon you, not me. And that is, in 5 years, you've never done that. Now, you've tortured me for 5 years, making false claims, clearly false claims. This is not acceptable. Now, you want to sue? I'm out of pocket $75,000 responding to the demands, because each time they make a demand and I satisfy it, I get a different demand. Now, the land use code and Colorado law are explicit. What must be done when a violation is noted? This is not a discretionary matter.
So again, Mr. Lewis, I'm not going to argue Colorado
You shall
U.S.
you shall give written
That will be
notice.
up to the attorney to
Okay,
deal
the
with.
law,
If
the
you
law is
wanna
this,
file a suit,
you must
you
give
can do
written
that.
notice, and you must describe what the remedy is and a reasonable time to perform it.
You have
Now-
been
Now-
written, you have the criteria why it was denied, you have the remedy from CDOT to remedy it. You
See-
have all of those. Therefore, sir, please,
Okay, let's,
with all due respect, if you want to sue us, file your suit, and you can argue this in a court of law. That's not what we are right here. So,
I'm not going to submit them to the clerk.
Wait a minute.
Submit them to the clerk.
I just sat here and watched those
I'll
people
take
hand
it.
you each a document.
Right,
I'll take
they're
it.
right there.
So again, if you want to file a suit because you feel that you have been unjustly treated, you are welcome to do that. And you, I said, if you would like to file a suit against the county, please sit down, sir. Please sit down. Again, this is your last time. You're going to sit down there in this room, and you are going to be respectful. Do not jump up and posture at me, or this hearing is going to be over with. I am done with that. So we're going to move this forward. Would you like to respond to the 4 pieces of denials that Mr. Haley read to you? That's all we're talking about.
Okay. This document responds to his claims.
All 4 of them?
Start with them, and then I'll deal with the others in a minute. Okay.
Okay, number 1. Read it again, Don, please. Mr. Lewis, can you hear him?
Can I hear you? Yes.
Can you hear him? Yes.
This is 5101.2, item B, to avoid subdivisions that result in unacceptable or unsafe traffic, noise, or dust levels on county roads.
So, to respond to that, first of all, I refer you to Rob Eberhardt's correspondence, which you had the enthusiasm to place within the minutes of the proceeding on April the 10th. They weren't heard, but Jane thought that would enhance the county's position, so she included that statement.
Sir, I did not enhance anything. Those minutes were done according to the recording and the YouTube video.
So just respond. Let's stay real direct on what we're doing, okay? You're responding to 5101B at this point in time.
And this is the roads. You're talking about the roads.
To avoid subdivisions that result in unacceptable or unsafe traffic, noise, or dust levels on county roads.
Okay.
Road 37 is a county road that intersects State Highway 184.
Yep.
Yes, it does.
So it's a public road, right?
Yes, sir, it's a county road.
Okay, maintained by the county, to
To avoid subdivisions that result in unacceptable or unsafe traffic on county roads.
Oh, good. I'm glad you raised that.
Me too.
The state access code addresses this issue pretty specifically. And their standard is the demand for an access permit is only applicable when the increase in the traffic load is greater than 20%. Now, you have to recognize that the CDOT never responded in a timely fashion. So therefore, the subdivision, high impact subdivision, was approved by CDOT. Now,
CDOT received it on March 26th, responded on April 9th for this application.
for this one right here, okay.
That's all we're talking about is this application, sir.
Yes, yes.
So they did respond in a timely manner.
Okay.
From the 26th to the April 9th.
All right.
Therefore, they're saying they are denying it unless the development can add a left turn decel lane. Correct?
Here we go.
So how do you approach that? Are you willing to put in the turn lanes on CDOT right away?
So what I'm about to hand you here is an email Don Haley sent to me March 6th of this year. Now, this email quotes an email from Randy Ryder, who is Region 6 Permits Program Manager. And I'm going to quote this to you. I don't know what the whole document was, he wouldn't provide it. But it says, Don, based upon the traffic assessment provided with Mr. Lewis's access permit application, the existing development on Road 37 already meets warrants for auxiliary lanes on State Highway 184. That's not in dispute. It's an issue I raised with CDOT before we ever started this. Okay. So that's not an issue. That's not my obligation. If there's anybody's obligation, it's yours. Because Joe Heinlein advised me that each year CDOT receives about 100 applications for hazardous situations, unbudgeted. They do, she said, 10 of those each year. So the fact that it's unbudgeted is no excuse. The responsibility lies with this body, with you gentlemen, to make that application for those funds. Now, if you're serious about the highway improvements out there, that's a place to start. And the responsibility is not mine. It's yours. Now the county...
The responsibility of ours is to either approve or deny the subdivision on the criteria that's in front of us. Right now, CDOT is saying, without these lanes being improved, do not accept any more development.
Okay.
And that's exactly the path that we are heading down. If we want to develop another area of the community, it is our responsibility. We know our responsibilities on CDOT's right-of-ways very well.
Quote.
So,
Randy Ryder, please. Although an addition of an ADU, which is considered a single-family home based on trip generation, will not trigger the 20% traffic volume increase needed for a CDOT access permit. Now, there's no way in the world that putting a house on 20-acre Lot 4 is going to require an access permit. Now, the United States Supreme Court says that if you don't meet those two criteria, these demands are nothing less than extortion. Now, we've already seen a criminal act when Mr. Haley altered my application to include an admission that I was in violation of the land use code.
okay, so let's move on to number 2, Don.
Mr. Lewis, just to clarify, is that the application that's currently before the board?
Yes.
If
Yes.
The application that's before the board today has been altered?
No, the previous application.
The previous
When I
application.
brought that to the attention there, but y'all didn't want to hear that.
We're talking
We spent a lot
about
of time here
this application, so-
avoiding the facts and avoiding the law.
Number 2, Don.
Yeah.
Number 2.
Okay, number 2, item D. I can read the whole section. They didn't specifically just pick B, D, and C. I mean, this is
That's
just the
fine.
whole section.
So,
D, to guide development so as to provide adequate public facilities without undue cost to the taxpayers of Montezuma County. In other words, not force the county to have to upgrade the whole intersection.
yeah. Okay, do you have anything else before I open this up for public comment? You can address public comment
Yes,
at
yes,
the
I have
end of it.
several things I want to raise. First of all, let's address CDOT's position. Now, confirming the fact that CDOT did not respond in a timely fashion, the land use code is explicit.
So we've established for this application, they have responded in a timely manner.
So they received the application on 3/26 and they responded on 4/9.
Correct.
So that is from CDOT, Region 5 Traffic Engineer, that complies. That's in front of us today for this application.
Correct.
What I'm going to hand you here
Mr.
now is a copy of Joe Heinlein's
Heinlen's not even there anymore.
Joe
This is in
Heinlen's-
front of us
Joe
right now
Heinlen's
that the traffic engineer has given to us.
Joe Heinlen's response to the proper notice.
She's been gone for 4 years.
Yes, yes,
Correct.
indeed.
So
No,
the
it's not this application.
Pertinent to this
Application in front of us, sir, came on 3/26 to CDOT. They responded on 4/9 of '25. Joe Heinlen has not been with CDOT for a very long time.
This is true. This absolutely is true.
So we're talking about this application.
Mr. Lewis, you're going to need to speak into the microphone so that we have a record of this proceeding.
So she, in that email, admits her failure to respond in a timely fashion.
That
didn't
is
stop
not in
Mr.
front of
Haley.
us right now,
Oh,
sir.
man.
That is not in front of us.
Oh, come on.
This is in front of us.
You're pretty good at walking over people.
Sir.
And deflecting the.
This is
issues
the
from the facts.
application in front of us. It was received by CDOT on 3/26. It's up on the screen. You can see it. And it was responded to on 4/9. That meets the criteria of the response time by the agencies that's set forward in the land use code. Next. Do we have the next one, Don? Leanne Milligan, Joe Heinlen, these don't mean November of '23. That's not the application in front of us. We're in
We need to
25.
strictly stay in 2025.
Yeah, we are in 2025.
And if you read the applications, it's almost verbatim. What was provided by planning is verbatim one of the very first application. This is
Okay.
the same application. I came before you for a reapplication.
So the application from 2023 was rescinded by Mr. Lewis. So there is no plat to sign that has an approval with conditions. We are strictly on this application, and there's
Today.
nothing
Right.
approved or denied yet on it.
Okay, I'll tell you what I think is your exposure. The county's exposure here is this. I think you broke the law when you held a hearing and you didn't disclose the correspondence received from Mr. Boswell, which contained false statements. Secondly, if you look at the approved minutes from the proceedings of April the 10th of this year, you will find, and if you listen to the YouTube, you will find that when my testimony did not please the person creating the record, she ignored it. And she reached back and for that correspondence from CDOT after I made the application for the access permit. Now, that was not heard, but it was approved. So your contention that this proceeding is limited to what came before the planning and zoning and this application is bogus, because clearly the county added to the record things that were not heard. Now, this is not appropriate.
This CDOT letter was emailed to Mr. Lewis on April 9th, the same day that it was received, and he responded the same day after receiving the correspondence from CDOT.
Okay, so, again, this is not a court of law, Mr. Lewis. If you think that we have broken the law, there are means for you to move that forward, and if that's what you are recommending,
I'll tell you what I
do
think.
have that. You do have that opportunity, and our attorney will respond to that.
Okay,
So, with that, we are going to move
The
this
fact,
into the
the
public
fact
hearing.
that Mr.
Nobody's on trial here, sir.
Haley has repeatedly claimed I'm in violation of the land use code, not for any proposal.
I did not have any correspondence with him to that effect this year.
Okay, Mr. Lewis, Your accusations, sit down, please.
Okay, so.
All right?
So.
Sit down, please. We are going to open this
So
application up for
obligation,
public
sir,
hearing.
is obligation under the law and under the land use code is to provide me with written notice. Now, in 5 years, he has never done that. Now, if what has happened with me is typical of the conduct of the planning department of this county, I believe there's a basis for a racketeering charge. And the racketeering charge would triple the damages. You smile
So,
and grin, but you
now
brothers
Mr. Lewis,
are breaking the
please.
law
Mr. Lewis,
repeatedly.
I am going to respectfully move this on. So we're going to go into public comment for this application. Anybody wishing to speak for or against this subdivision, please come forward to the podium, state your name and address for the record prior to providing your comments, and you may address the board at this time. Please sit down, sir.
No, I don't think.
Please sit down, sir. We are in public comment. You will have the
I
opportunity.
don't think you want to, I don't think you want to
address-
defend against these clear violations of the land use code. 12 violations of the land use code, 10 violations
Sir,
of the laws
please
of the
sit
state of
down.
Colorado. And also
Thank you.
violations of
We
the-
are now in public comment. You can respond to public comment after. Sorry, sir. You have 3 minutes to address the board.
My name is Ray Boswell. I live at 36800 Road P.1 in Summit Lake. I'm directly adjacent to Mr. Lewis. I will be brief. This is the 6th time I've addressed this podium about this same subdivision. 3 times in front of the Planning Commission. Now this is the 3rd time in front of the Board of County Commissioners. I would hope there might be some way that the residents of Summit Lake East don't have to keep doing this every 18 months for a proposed subdivision that is simply not suitable for that location. I'm also the plaintiff in the case that Mr. Haley referred to, in which the Montezuma County Court ruled that Road P.1 is in fact a private road and that Mr. Lewis has no easement rights on it. I could only file a suit regarding Road P.1 because that's the only one I have standing on. Roads P.1, P.2, and P.3 are identical. They connect Road 37 with Road 36.75 where he lives. He can make the argument that somehow roads P.2 and P.3 are different. It would be a hard argument to make. In the decision made by the Montezuma County Court, they pointed out that Mr. Lewis had provided no evidence that Road P.1 was in fact a public road. He makes a number of references to what the previous county attorney told him was that in some cases, a road that has been in public use for 20 years or more can become a public right-of-way. That's not always the case. These are private roads. They're owned by the private residents who live there. Mr. Lewis has an easement across that private property on Road P.3 and P.3 only. But that is still private property. And those people have the 30-foot easement, well, 15 feet on each side. Each property owner gave up 15 feet to make these roads. And would leave it up to the county attorney as to whether or not he can even grant easements to 3 more lots on his own property on P.3. As it is now, he has one lot and 1 easement to give him access to the county highway. If this board gave him the opportunity to divide his property into 4 lots with restrictions that there'd be no more houses added, that would still create 4 property owners with easements on Road P.3, whereas right now there's 1 property owner with 1 easement on P.3. I'm not a lawyer and I won't get into that, but I would ask that this board consider that before granting a 4-lot subdivision there. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
I'll respond to that.
No,
Oh, I
you
don't
won't.
get to respond to that.
You will respond when I give you the opportunity. We are still in public comment.
Hi, my name is Andrea Martin, and I live at 36860 Road P.2, Mancos, Colorado. My road, my understanding, as Mr. Boswell said, we've been here several times before. with the same outcome. There are only 6 roads on P.2, and not all 6 homes utilize P.2 to get to their homes, as 2 of them are situated at the very top. That road currently is barely 25 feet wide, and that's current conditions. In the wintertime, you can take that out. You can take 2 to 3 feet off of each side of that road, and it's not maintained by anyone except the people that live on P.2. All right. It accommodates my Subaru, does not accommodate my husband's F-250, so I don't see how I can accommodate a subdivision. He wants us to give up our rights for our easements, yet he puts up permanent barriers on his roads to where people can't access it. He puts locks on people's gates that does not belong to them. He puts verbiage on people's signs. In my opinion, this gentleman wants a kingdom, not a community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Dan Green. I live on Road P1, 36855. And I got a little bit involved in this 5 years ago when Mr. Ellis had a meeting of the neighborhood on his land, which is a good thing to do, and discuss with the neighborhood what he would like to do to develop his land. And so, I don't know, there might have been 20 neighbors, maybe 25, I don't know, that came over to that meeting. And basically, he showed us around, and he had 3 locations where he wanted to add 3 houses. Now, the concerns that came up at that meeting, and I'm just expressing what I felt the majority of the neighborhood felt, were that those 3 locations, they're all on a designated floodplain, for one thing, where the new houses were to be. And they were slightly higher, they were on the edge of the lake, slightly higher than maybe some of the surrounding land, but they were still completely on the designated floodplain. And then I think the major concern was more people coming in, more traffic on that road. There's a lot of traffic on Road P3. And in order to widen it, you know, you're gonna have to move all the meters back, both water meters and phone line meters. It's just not a lot of room, and you're going into people's front yards. So I just want to express that I felt that most of the neighborhood there really did not want a subdivision impacting where they live.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Mary Rousset. I'm also known as Kathy Rousset. I live at 36665 Road P3, so I am on the road most affected by all of this. I moved there in 1976. The development of this whole section off of County Road 37 was never submitted to the county as a subdivision back in the 1950s when it was set up. The roads were dirt roads that people maintained privately. Nobody paid any attention to easements or property lines. At his own expense, Mr. Ellis has spent a lot of time getting things surveyed, property lines reestablished. He's had to give up property to people whose fences were far over the property line on his property, and he voluntarily gave that property up. He has worked harder to maintain our roads and help us have a safe community than anyone else. He's asking for one more house, which would be the first house he personally has built. All of those others were there before that land became his. There have been 19 houses built on that region since I moved there, And I have watched all of these people's houses be built there, and nobody raised any issues about it. We were a community, and we treated each other with respect. Sadly, that's no longer the case. However, I believe that Mr. Ellis deserves the right to build one house for himself to age and place in. Everyone else got to build houses. One more house. There have been 3 more added since this process has been going on that would create just as much traffic or more on that road as the house Mr. Ellis would propose to build. I think this is ridiculous. Anyway, he has been a good neighbor. He has done a lot for our community, and I feel like he deserves to have this subdivision finally approved, as it should have been in the 1950s. It's not his fault that they didn't do it right in the beginning.
Thank you. Next. Anybody else? All right, with that, nobody else in the room, I'm going to close the public comment session of this hearing and this application, and I will bring it back to the board. Actually, I apologize. I will let Mr. Lewis respond to any of those that you would like to.
Oh, thank you. So, the earliest, this land was owned and developed by Glenn Gentry. The earliest conveyance I found was in 1966 when he conveyed 30 acres approximately to the church, where now I bet there were 60 vehicles in there this weekend. There's been a considerable increase in the traffic load. So in 1970, he conveyed a parcel to Sisler, and that is the property that Kathy just spoke of, that she acquired in '76. Now, in that deed, the express language states reserved to his heirs and assigns is access to Summit Lake. This is 1970. In 1980s, electricity was brought into the area, and Mr. Gentry subdivided those parcels. Each one of those deeds bears 2 easements. Mr. Boswell's deed as well. The first easement is from your property out to the public highway, which is a requirement of the access code and of the state of Colorado. There's a second easement. That easement was for utilities and a roadway. Now the court, even though they wouldn't allow my witnesses to testify, and they wouldn't let me to use the exhibits that Mr. Boswell's attorney had produced, the court ruled that Mr. Gentry retained easements for his benefits on all of that land. It was necessary because without those easements, he would have had a landlocked piece of property, which is a violation of law, and I was just told by a fellow that it cost him $40,000 to get an easement into his landlocked property. Now, in 1984, Glenn Gentry conveyed 40 acres to his daughter, Selfa Gentry. That is the property which I now own. They built a house in 1993. When they got their takeout financing in 1994, the lender required that they attain a specific easement to the 40 acres.
Okay, Mr. Lewis, you're telling a story, but I'm asking you to address.
I'm addressing the matters that he brought up, please. So in 1994, an additional easement. First of all, those easements that Mr. Gentry retained to access his property did not go away. they're still on those properties, even though Mr. Boswell testified to the contrary. So in 1994, an additional easement was quitclaimed by Mr. Gentry to his daughter and her husband. And that easement is on Road 36.75 and Road P3. Now, as confirmed by Mr. Haley, Road 36.75 is entirely on my property. There is no public right-of-way on that property. And given the fact that the court has ruled that a pile of snow in the road is sufficient to overcome that easement, most assuredly no other person has an easement on Road 36.75 but myself. When Mr. Boswell or the young lady here who just spoke, when they walk on that road, they're walking on my property. They don't want to acknowledge that. So the easements were in place, the right-of-ways are there. Rob Eberhardt expressly states that I can use those roads, and it's provided if I want the county to maintain them, then I have to meet the standards for green sign roads. His recommendation was this: build your roads like the roads that are in use now, designate them as a red signed road. Now, historically, the roads were poorly maintained. And I don't know what happened when Glenn Gentry was in charge, but when Zelfa Gentry was in charge, she donated a tractor to a neighbor who's now passed on, which was used to maintain the roads in Summit Lake East. That was her contribution. And so what I've done, when I came on the scene here, I had access to a tractor with a blade. I began working that road. I've been working on primarily Road P3 because it carries the majority of the traffic. 21 dwellings, now a new one under construction as we speak. So more than 22 vehicles use that road exclusively. So I've been maintaining that road for the last 14 years. And as they have suggested that the roads were 2-lane roads. Now the easement is 30 feet. And if you walk the road, you can see where in the past it was graded out much farther. I've maintained that road. I've graded several times a year whenever there's sufficient moisture to work the road. Because the difference between a road and a ditch is whether it has a crown. You know, the only roads that have a crown out there are Road 36.75 and Road P3. Mr. Haley himself, much to my surprise, thanked me for the work that I was doing on Road P3. So this business of the roads is a red herring. Secondly, none of these people who spoke to you have a right to use those roads, Road 36.75, on my property. They don't have any rights to use that. Now,
Sir, I don't think that's in question on this application. Again, I'm gonna focus this back to you have the opportunity to address anything they said, but ultimately we're gonna make a decision based on the land use code. And in the land use code, it's gonna be, does it comply or does it not comply? And that's all we're looking at is this application. So I appreciate your stories of tractors and you grading roads. That's fine, but that's not what we're here to talk about. So I'm gonna, again, move this forward. I'm gonna give you the opportunity to move it forward. So storytelling is something you can tell to your grandkids, but right now, we are going to make a decision based on the land use code. So, do you have anything else to say?
Violation of the land use code. A simple question.
So, with
Yes
this
or no?
application,
And if I
we will make that decision here real quick. Are you done?
No, I'm not done.
Okay, well then address specifically.
Okay. Regarding the use of the roads. Planning Commission minutes, March 11, 2021.
We're not talking about 21.
I don't-
We
we're
are
talking
talking
about the
about
road.
25.
We are
This is
talking-
the application in front of us, Mr. Lewis. Do
Yes.
not read it. It's not going to be, it's not permissive at this time.
Now, wait a minute.
No, sir, do not read that. This is 2025. Gentlemen, I'm ready to
C-dot
make a decision.
access,
Are you?
they are not
Okay,
a part of
we
the
are moving
project.
on. Gentlemen?
The Planning Department has
Go ahead.
reviewed the issue of road access.
Okay, Mr. Lewis, we're going to move forward. You had your opportunity, you had your time. Storytelling is over with at this point in time.
This is not storytelling, this is the law. This is the law binding upon this organization, this
Again-
county, and you
again,
as
sir,
an individual.
Again,
Mr.
sir,
Lewis.
if you would like to file a civil suit, you are more than welcome to do
I
that.
don't wanna
At this
file a
point in
civil
time,
suit.
we are going to move
And if I
forward.
do file a civil
So-
suit, it'll be in federal district court.
Commissioners?
Incidentally, the statute of limitations on these constitutional violations is 2 years. Even without what you're doing here and
Go
what you
ahead,
did on
Senator.
the April the 10th.
So Commissioners,
I
the
have until
decision criteria for this subdivision and rezoning application is the proposed use is in conformity with the code, B, the proposed use shall not generate any significant adverse impacts on other property in the area, and C, public utilities and services are available or can be made available to support uses consistent with the proposed zoning. In the recommendations from the Planning Commission, they cited to 5101.2, the subdivision policies as areas that they were concerned about. Mr. Haley read those to the board. Let me know if you want me to go over those again, I guess.
No, I don't think we need to do that. Gentlemen, what's your pleasure?
Okay. The trial court found the district's actions were unlawful because they
Mr.
failed
Lewis?
the requirements of Nolan.
Mr. Lewis, your
Filter,
time to speak
and
has passed.
Dolan, the city of Tigers. Those
Mr.
are the
Lewis?
two cases.
Mr.
Okay, the
Lewis.
This
principles-
decision's now
there are
being made by the
principles
board.
that- There are principles that undergird Nolan, Dolan do not change, depending upon whether the county approves a permit on the condition that the conditions turn over property or denies a permit, because the applicant refuses to do so. Recognizing such a distinction would enable the government to evade the Nolan-Dolan limitations simply by phrasing its demand for property as conditions to permit approval. Now, this is, the Dolan case, the city must qualify.
So
Its
at this
findings
point-
be-
at this point in time,
must
Mr. Lewis,
qualify
I
its
don't
findings
typically do
beyond
this.
a conclusionary
I would make
statement
a recommendation that
the-
we deny the subdivision rezoning application submitted by Ellis Lewis on property located at 14171 Road 36.75, Mancos, Colorado.
Okay.
This,
So, are you really
I just did it.
to expose yourself?
I second it. There is
Okay.
no 60-foot easement to this property that is available, and that makes it in nonconformity with the code, and this should be denied.
Okay,
I would so move for denial under 5101.2. Lack of access to the property.
so it has been moved and seconded to deny the 4-lot moderate subdivision and rezoning application submitted by Ellis Lewis on property located at 14171 Road 36.75, Mancos, Colorado. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So written wise, I think we made a clear record of what
Yep.
the denial was for. With that, this public hearing is closed.
Thank you, folks, for your time.
All right. Now we are going to go on with our regularly scheduled meeting. Sir, we are done with this public hearing. You can take that up with our attorney, sir.
I do have a lawyer that is willing to bring this case.
Okay. You're more than welcome to file a suit. Sir, we're done.
Several $100,000.
Sir, we're
Mr.
done.
Lewis, please,
We're
you're
done.
welcome to pursue whatever remedies you wish, but we're done having this conversation today.
All right. Back to our regularly scheduled meeting, financials for social services. If you'd.
We've got one more.
Oh.
Approval of a boundary line adjustment.
Sorry. Let me get back to planning. I'm sorry. You're correct. I apologize. We do have a presentation for a discussion. Go ahead, Ms. Jane.
A few years ago, Janice Lyons and Albert and Donna Colcart had agreed to do a boundary line adjustment and a quit claim deed. They did that. However, the deal fell through with Mr. Colcart. And so Janice Lyons and Mr. Colcart are requesting to reverse the boundary line adjustment, giving back the property to Mrs. Lyons. And we have, we need a decision and an approval, and I have the plat if you approve it to sign.
Can we see the plat again
Yes.
for the public?
And this is just reversing what they did a few years ago.
So,
Any comments, Don? Go ahead.
yeah, we're just reversing what was done and not paid for, and they want to revert it back to the original conditions of the property.
Same acreage, everything, the same.
The piece in question is in the middle and back to the east. It was conveyed to the north property, and now it's reverting back to be adjoined to the middle parcel extending east. Here, I'll bring up the map.
Sure.
It's all right. It's
Questions?
okay, Don. I would so move we grant the reversal application submitted by Janice Lyons, Albert, and Donna Colcord on properties located at 5732 Road 25, Cortez.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to grant the reversal application submitted by Janice Lyons and Albert and Donna Colcord on properties located at 2732 Road 25, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 9.98 acres more or less and 5754 Road 25, Cortez, Colorado. Any further discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Do you have anything else for us? Okay, roll it out. Please.
Your robe's not working.
give you all of this stuff that was presented to me today.
Perfect. I was gonna ask for someone's copy or
There you go.
an email copy or something, but this saves me some printing.
Get in front of us.
Wait.
Man, they really know how to lay it on, don't they?
Wait on
I
the
need to take
County Road
long
25,
stuff now.
184. Did you want to wait?
Yeah, Commissioners, Jane had just asked me about that land exchange that we're working on. At this time, I've sent my proposed paperwork essentially to the property owner, just make sure everyone's on the same page for that. He said he wanted a couple days to look over it, so I'm not in a position to present that to the board today.
Just let us know and we'll put it on the books for the schedule.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. All right. Anything else? Anything else? All right, I'm going to get it back on the first page. And now I can go to the second page, which I have public comment. And it looks like we've run off all the public.
Run out of public.
So we're going to pass by that. We're going to go straight into the financials and social services. Ladies, good afternoon. And we will get this taken care of for you promptly.
One thing to note on the financials for the department is the SNAP benefits. They have doubled for the month of May, so they were $2,196,000. And the reason for that is summer EBT benefits were released in May for the entire summer, so $120 per child per household for all 3 months. So that's why that's double.
Okay. I would so move we accept the minutes of the County Board of Social Services minutes for Tuesday, May 27th, 2025, and also the financials in the amount of $2,687,294.41.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to accept the records of proceedings for the Department of Social Services for Tuesday, May 27th, 2025, and the payables for the month of May 2025 in the amount of $2,687,294.41. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Ms. Hargraves, anything else for us?
You have MoCo finances in there just for your review so that you're seeing them, as well as senior services. A really fun fact, something that you can end your day with happily. On June 13th, which was Friday the 13th, coincidentally, we had 79 folks at senior services to eat lunch.
Really?
79, I think it's a world record. We had
Yeah.
43 yesterday on a Monday, which is usually not a big day, but was a really great day. So we continue to see high numbers, I think, for a variety of reasons, and that's really exciting for senior services. Lots of things are happening there. As far as MoCo, we did get our Medicaid authorization. You'll see that payment for the last 5 months was finally made. We were able to repay our loan from the county. That's been paid off with interest. I did have a site visit from CDOT, who hired a third party to come and see how we are administering our drug and alcohol program for MoCo. That was very informative, and so it provided lots of good information for me to take and move forward. And another fun fact, the 2023 FASTER grant that was applied for back then for a new vehicle, that vehicle arrived yesterday.
Is it wrapped?
No, but it has its own. That was before we had wrap, so it has its own decals that were added to it, and they really do match and align with the ones that we picked out. So it works out nicely. So if you see a brand new van, it is indeed ours, and it finally got here, and it is very beautiful, and will fit three wheelchairs, which is really exciting, and a lift that's on the inside back. So works really nicely. So that's it. That's all I got for you.
All right, very good. Do you have anything? Nothing? Okay. Commissioners, any questions?
I do not.
All right, thank you, ladies. Appreciate it. Okay, moving on to unfinished business. Yesterday, we had presented by Sheriff Nellen 2 grants. We had a peace officer mental health grant, and this is for reimbursement for $30,000. And it's basically through the DOLA, Colorado Department of Local Affairs, and no cash match. Any other questions, gentlemen? Okay.
You good? I move to approve this Montezuma County grant application submission form for the Sheriff's Office, the Peace Officer Behavioral Health Support Grant through the Colorado Department of Local Affairs in the amount of $30,000 reimbursement with no cash match.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to accept the Montezuma County grant application submission form for the Peace Officer Behavioral Health Support Grant for the Sheriff's Office, $30,000 with no cash match. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, next up, we also had one submitted, the JBBS grant, which is a jail-based behavioral health contract funding. This again is for the jail at the Sheriff's Office. And this is kind of an ongoing grant, the way I understand that we've had this for several years in the past.
Yeah, go ahead.
I move to approve this professional service agreement between the Montezuma County Sheriff's Office and the Jail-Based Behavioral Health Services and Axis, or Southwest Colorado Mental Health Center, DBA as Axis Health. Amend contract number 25 IBEH 196557.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to accept the jail-based behavioral health services grant submitted by the Montezuma County Sheriff's Office. And the amended contract number is 25 IBEH 196557. Any discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. This will take all three of us too, gentlemen. All right, and with that, we'll go ahead into the county attorney's report. Mr. Tarnowski.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Last week, I, had some court hearings. I also made one offer for our assistant county attorney position. So, from my perspective, I'm hoping that offer is accepted, and we can get some more manpower in here in the county attorney's office. I also spent quite a bit of time preparing for today's land use planning issues. The rest of this week, I've got some depositions scheduled for an upcoming trial in our child protection cases, but it's going to be a lighter week for court. As a result, I'll also be out of town next week. I'll be visiting my parents on the East Coast for the holiday week. I will have my phone and my laptop with me if anything comes up. Give me a call, but I'm not going to be otherwise working on stuff besides checking in, to see if there's anything timely that needs to be dealt with. But that's pretty much it for my report today. Are there any questions about anything that's going on?
I don't think so. I think you addressed the question that I had regarding the property acceptance and getting that taken care of. So that's all I have.
Okay.
And I will follow up on that, making sure that we keep that timely to keep it going.
Yeah, and like I said, the way, I guess I didn't say this in my comments earlier, but the way we're trying to queue that up is we've got a draft exemption amendment resolution to subdivide that parcel, and then some proposed authorization to the county staff to kind of follow up on all the bits and pieces that might be associated with that as far as the potential purchase agreement, just making sure there's not another need to come back to the board. So that's how that's being teed up at the moment. But that'll be before the board more substantively, hopefully very soon.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Our county administrator's not here. Miss Stand-in, Miss Danielle, do you have anything for Miss Purcell? Do not? Okay, very good. Mr. Lindsay, Commissioner's report.
I have no report.
Mr. Copenhaver.
We had a meeting last week at Southwest on Wednesday, just one day this time instead of 2 days. So it was a lot shorter. We had some discussion about Colorado River issues that are going on, and the fact that I think the Colorado River, I don't know what title they actually give him, like a Colorado River Commissioner from the Bureau of Reclamation, is a man from Arizona with some ties to the Central Arizona Project, which raises some concerns with the upper basin states as the fact of whether this is going to, how this is going to work out. That's all. That's probably all I need to say about it. So,
Okay.
other than that, I don't have much to report.
All right, and I'm going to be like Mr. Lindsay today, and I have no report. And with that,
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
it's been moved and seconded to adjourn this very long June 24, 2025 Board of County Commissioner meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.